hit that. Let's go to TikTok. Yes, perfect. That's interesting. That OBS fucking ducks it even in. That seems like a conspiracy. I'm not altogether comfortable with that. That's genuinely a little bit. I'm a little bit. I feel like they're watching me too closely if they're able to do that. Okay. Hello, Sly Coyote. Hello, Unseen Door. Hello, Voice of Madness. We are having a weird one. Z and I did, not on purpose, but we did biphasic sleep yesterday, which is where you sleep really, really badly, and then you tell yourself that you're being, like, ancestral. We took we took a 4-hour nap, and then we're up for, like, a couple hours, and then slept for, like, 5 more hours. And let me tell you right now, terrible. Terrible and no good. Not something you want to replicate. Not something I would recommend. We're not drafting Avatar. We're doing Commander deck reviews. I think we're going to open today hot. And by opening today hot, I certainly do not mean that we're getting right to work. What I mean by we're opening today hot is I have beef with the concept of willpower today. Not Willpower the writer, who has been busy for the last couple months, but the concept of effort I have beef with today. And I'm going to speak my fucking truth about this beef. Every single... I get a lot of motivational content in my feed because I'm a 30-year-old white man coming right up on a midlife crisis. And every motivational video I see is like, you got to get obsessed. You got to get locked in. You got to wake up 5 a.m., find that dog inside you, howl at the moon. You got to scream and also eat a lot of ginger. That's always one of the things. Not even like have ginger in your diet, but like eat raw ginger is a big one. But when I see these, I get so fucking angry. Because my life is getting better now that I don't have caffeine, and I'm feeling an ability to recapture my own mental agency. And it has very little to do with effort. I mean, candied ginger is fucking delicious, yes. This particular guy meant like just full stalks, skin on. Knight, you were clickbaited like a motherfucker, dog. Welcome to the show, though. We're going to be reviewing Commander decks, and if we get them done quickly enough, I will do a free giveaway. Because, like, the two most impactful changes I have had in my life in the last month are stopping my caffeine, or not stopping, because I have a cup of coffee right next to me, because this is one of the 2 days a week where I'm going to drink coffee. Is retooling my caffeine intake. And then, do you guys want to know the biggest determining variable about whether I get up out of bed in the morning? It's not if I went to bed at a reasonable time. It's not if I slept well. It's not if I woke up with something important to do that day. It's not if I said my affirmations when I got up. It's fucking, is my phone placed far enough from the bed that I have to walk to it, or can I reach it while still laying down? If I can reach my phone while I'm still laying down, 80 to 90% chance my ass is going back to sleep. If I have to walk a minimum of 5 steps to get to my phone before I get out of bed, it's like 90% I'm up, I'm in the day. That's why I don't believe in effort. That right there, that one interaction I have with myself every single day, willpower's fucking fake, dude. We're rats in a cage. Change the cage. Change the cage, bro. Focus Immunity, thank you for the Twitch follow. Yo, you ever think about doing more league content or just leaving that as a hobby? I think about doing more league content all the time. I think about doing more types of all content all of the time. It's really a it's really like a money thing, unfortunately, because I do not there is not a bunch of time in the day that I could make content that I currently don't. My days are currently chock fucking full of normal adult life stuff, like doing errands, doing content stuff, doing collab stuff, trying to make sure my long forms are edited correctly. And I'm currently fighting with my daily schedule to find more time to do more other stuff. So there's like, I want to do league content, I want to do night rain content, I want to do I even thought about like Pokemon Go content. Like there's so much stuff that I want to do, but by the time I get the stream done, I get the Commander roast for that day done, I get the decked out podcast done, I get whatever clerical shit I have to get done for like the next custom card stream done or whatever, or like the next variety stream that I have to do for the subathon redeems done, whatever. I'm out. I'm out because I still got to do my calisthenics. I still got to do my stretching. I still got to do my like breathing exercises because otherwise my back gets fucked up. The 44th dude, thank you for the prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. And Huga, thank you for the prime sub for the 16 months. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. I could just record my kittens. That would be a good way. That would be a good way to leverage the things that I love for financial gain. You make a very good point. Do you rock climb, Mald? Not regularly at all. I have rock climbed a few times in my life, and it goes the exact same way every time. I clear all of the easy routes with zero effort because my limbs are very long, and then as soon as I am pressed with one actual challenge, I fold because my hands are very weak. We do have to put the custom card redeems live. Okay, surprise announcement then. The guest for today's stream is, or tomorrow's stream, not today. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for any custom card lovers. The guest for tomorrow's stream is MTG Nerd Girl. So all you limited lovers, bring them out tomorrow. Bring them out. I want to see them. Because MTG Nerd Girl, extremely good Magic player. Extremely good. I believe has been on the Pro Tour, has won a ton of smaller events. Very, very good draft player. Lulu, we're recording it Friday. We are recording that on Friday. Tomorrow is custom cards. Danny Ugg, thank you for the 17th month of Prime. Welcome back to the dog home. And Night Ranger, thank you for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate you coming to the dog park today. White Bread, thank you for the 35 streams. And Dragoon, thank you for the 15. Jay, the 111, thank you for the Prime sub for the 4th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. I need to laser beam 3 minutes of ads directly into your skulls on Twitch to get the pre-roll demons hence. Got to get them out of here. Ryan, I do agree with you only live once, don't overwork yourself. The difference, I think, is my job is fucking awesome. Right? That's the difference. Is when I don't know if anybody, I don't want to fucking, we're going to put the slots up. It's not noon yet, Little Mixed Doom. It's not noon. What are you doing? What are you up my ass for? We're here early. I'm here early. And I got the boss telling me where's the report. I haven't even clocked in yet. I haven't even punched my time card. I promise you, we'll get them up. We'll get them up. That Space Girl, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home for the 2 months in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Little Mix Doom, I'm being silly. You're not giving me a hard time. You make a good point about how I should be more on top of the things I told people I would do. Zenorum, thank you for the 100-bit cheer to push that hype train a little bit further. Appreciate you joining the dog pile. And then Soulstorming Soulstorming, Army Hitch, Velox Scripter, and Jace's Cat, thank you all for coming to the dog park today. Malik Alnihari, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 4 months. Welcome back to the dog home. It's 52 past noon. Yes, if you live in a bad time zone. If you live in a bad and wrong time zone. Yeah, we'll put the custom cards up. So it's going to be with Nerd Girl. It's going to be later than normal. The custom card stream is going to start at... I'm probably going to go live at noon, and we're probably going to go do like a variety game or play Arena or something like that. But the custom card stream is going to start 1 hour later than normal because Nerd Girl has a meeting right at noon. Pejman, we're about to put up... I'm about to put up the paid redeems. I'm about to put up the paid, like, buy ahead of time. Oh my god, I can hear one of our kittens just screaming. December 10th. I will do... I'm going to err on the side of caution. And I'm going to set not too many live right now and just plan on doing multiple waves because I have no idea how long Nerd Girl's going to want to talk about your cards. Mauled, I've come to a soul-crushing realization that Tazri Stalwart Survivor is either a combo commander or a completely irrelevant one, and not even the fun type of infinite. It's 1/1 counter, hardened scales combo. Yeah, that always hurts, don't it? I had to go through that. I had to go through a similar thing with Niv Mizzet. Not that Niv Mizzet is doing the exact same thing mechanically, but Niv Mizzet was very like, you are either... Oh, we have this on the wrong... Hold on. Let me swap. Never mind. I have to be in this to move it. Niv Mizzet is very, you are doing it, or you haven't cast Niv Mizzet yet. Which is very disappointing, because I love this man. I love this man, and I want to play him in casual, and you just can't. Christian, you can have tacos for dinner, but you need to source good chicken for it. That's the deal. You have to use a lot of good chicken. Okay. Hi, baby girl. Hi, Briar. Who is the precious? We are now drinking the first cup of coffee I've had since Sunday, and the only cup of coffee I will have until this coming Sunday. We about to get crazy. Alec, man, they were set live like seconds ago, and so I would not be surprised if your Ko-Fi is just lagging behind, because we typically do have some degree of lag between when we put something up and when you are actually able to buy it. We'll do December 10th, pack of 1. This is not $25. I will do... Yeah, 10 singles seems about right. Okay. Those are up. I would keep refreshing until you can see them. Jay, the 111, thank you for hitting that 5-stream streak, my friend. Just to be sure, when you're checking the customs, you drag and drop them into your browser, right? I want to make sure the GIF ones don't need any downloading. What I'm typically doing is I will go into the Discord, I go into the thread, I right-click the image, and I say open link. Open link. Hi, baby girl. Who is my little princess? We're gonna be so mean to everyone today. Yes, we are. But not to you. Because you are sweet and you've never done anything wrong. That's right, you curl up. Good girl. You can play anything in casual if you build it bad enough. So Jonathan, I think that is true. That is true technically. I don't think it's true vibes wise. Because I think at some point you're just condescending. Like I think a really good example of this and why I have built my VV deck the way I did is like on the point of anything can be built casually if you build it bad enough, you could do no non-creature spells. No mana rocks, no interaction. It's VV. Maybe you allow yourself like 5 to 10 non-creature spells, and then you pick a kindred, and you're like, VV's rocking this kindred, and it's like VV, and the crab army, VV and the octopus army, VV and the dragon army, and you can make something that will play casually. But I think when you get to the point that you are totally ignoring what makes the commander powerful, it's no longer like fun to, it no longer creates a fun dynamic in casual, which is why my deck is still using, okay, good is it interaction. Okay, we have mana rocks. VV is going to get counters if you leave them alone. It's just not going to win the game. It's probably going to deal between like 3 and 10 damage per day. VV and the Hellion army goes hard. See, like, I don't think it does, is personally. Where are the slots, man? They still haven't shown up. You got to take that up with your internet provider. So the packs of 5 are sold out. The packs of 1 are 6 remaining. Casual VV is an oxymoron, not VV Stompy. Not VV Stompy, baby. And I guess you could put like Hellions in as the creatures for your version of VV Stompy. Anthem of the World, thank you for the 12 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate that. Will you make kitten emotes? They deserve it. We are already getting a whole new batch of, here, let me leak this because I have to actually I have to upload these to Twitch, which I'm not sure how to. But this one's coming. This one's coming. This one's coming. This one's coming. Damn Cuff, thank you for the 5 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. Hell yeah, N-Hander. N-Hander, tomorrow I will let you know we have a much more like limited and standard brained guest. We have Nerd Girl instead of Elk. And Nerd Girl obviously has Commander gameplay show, plays Commander, is much more prodigious, and cares much more about 1v1 formats. Just want to say thanks for keeping me company while I dye my hair purple and cut bangs back in, y'all. My mental health is doing great. Why do you ask? That's two of the mental breakdown Triforce. I have a cat. You can't get a new cat. If you already have one, that's fine. You can't get any new cats right now, Chesabel. All right, you are on a 2-month psychiatric hold from adopting a new animal. I love you. I say that with love. I say that with love and protection in my heart. Are you going to get any of the Christmas magic stuff? Probably not. It's also expensive. Everything's so fucking expensive. Disposable income right now is going to kitties. Aegis Athene, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. Given the veggie wagon situation and my refusal to let white sit on top of the ladder, I now must say hello, second best bald magic creator I know. It was so kind of him to take that bullet for me. Yo, boss, since Nerd Girl will be on tomorrow's custom stream, what do you think would be better to send out of the options? Another 20 cards of a single 3-color faction, or a smaller series of sample cards that pull from each 3-color faction? Or do you think there's another option that's better than both for the purpose of getting good feedback? I'm shooting a little bit from the hip here because I've talked with Nerd Girl about draft a lot. I have not talked with Nerd Girl a lot about how she identifies whether she thinks a draft format is going to be healthy ahead of time or not. I would guess picking some of your like signpost uncommons and rares. So the tasting platter option of like, this is, maybe 1 to 2 cards showcasing what each faction wants to do. She may be able to give you a read on like, will those mechanics play well together in a limited environment, or is that going to be like when we talked about the flanking incident where everybody's just flanking the fuck out of each other? She may be able to remark on that. I'm not. Dr. Roxo is saying commons and uncommons actually tell you a lot. So maybe not the rares, maybe the like the meat and potatoes of what people are going to be seeing in each pack. Ontario, thank you for the 25-bit cheer. Happy coffee day. Indeed, I can already feel it kicking in, and I am very happy that I have pared my caffeine intake back. Just got a Ko-Fi slot and sent a DM with an image. Is that the correct way to send a single card? Oh, I named these fucking slots wrong. They're for tomorrow, not today. Robotov, if you need a... Hold on, never mind. I can edit this and then call you a liar. Great. Hold on. Let me edit the other one and then call you a liar. Okay, there we go. Robotov, you goddamn liar. How dare you come in my stream and derail our very, very on the level deck roasting stream for this bogus question about a custom card review that isn't even happening today. So if you're not free tomorrow and you need a refund, let me know now and we'll refund you. What you do is you have to join our Discord. The Discord's free to enter. There is a channel called Dear Maldhound in that Discord. Tomorrow there will be a thread in Dear Maldhound that is called December 11th Custom Card Review. You will put the image of your card in that thread, and that is where we will pull from review. Snagged 3 single slots and got 2 $15 slots because I'm deranged, but I appreciate the derangement. This just in, the Trump admin announced they seized an oil tanker off the coast of America, which is why you never trust a group hug deck when they say they want peace. Did that happen? What? Oh boy. Oh boy! Dude, I love war. I love war. Are there any able-bodied men between the ages of 18 and 30 that voted for Trump? Because you're about to get fucking drafted, bro. That made Z laugh in the other. I just heard Z go. You are getting fucking drafted, brother. I hope it was worth it. God damn. I also saw there was another. I promise this will be the last political tangent I go on. I saw another thing where Trump was giving a speech about affordability and inflation. And he was going like, I can't do a Trump voice, so bear with me. He was like, listen, guys, everything is under control, okay? Why is this like, this is like drunk Kronk. Whatever, I'm gonna keep doing it. Listen, you guys, inflation, totally under control. We have the best inflation in the world. We totally handled all of the Democrats' inflation, and it's gone now. That said, you probably will not be able to buy your children Christmas presents, and you will have to get used to that. You will have to learn you will have to learn how to go without some unnecessary things while our country continues to heal, like Christmas presents for your children. Hi, yeah. Dude. Alec, that is great. We have more people than normal going today, so you let me know when you're free and we will hang and bang. Yeah, and we're holding back inflation reports. We're holding back jobs reports. We're holding back inflation reports. We're holding back the consumer price index. We're just like, what? Okay, if we don't tell you, if you can't see, the numbers are great, but you can't see them. You cannot, you are not allowed to legally see them. I love being on the autism spectrum. My ass can't legally be drafted. Yeah, that'll stop them. That'll, yep. I do think, I do think being diagnosed with something Republicans consider a mental illness will keep you safe from being thrown on the front lines of a war. I probably can't go till later. I forgot when scheduling. I have surgery in an hour. My bad. But if I'm free after, I'll be back on. Okay, right now, before you go under the fucking knife, we gotta. All right, my brother in Christ, come here. We gotta. Banana, we gotta talk about this. We gotta talk about this. We gotta talk about this. Before you go under the knife, my dog. Before you go under the knife. How surgery are you? Is this like. Because this stream is ending at like between 3 and 4. And so if your surgery is going to go longer, is like you're not going to be back for, if you're back in like 2 hours, we're okay on the dot. But after that, it may be worthwhile to just pivot you to a different day. Because this is not like, if you're not here, you're fucked. If you paid me the money, your deck is getting roasted. If I'm sick, if you're sick, whatever. We pick a different day, we get you roasted a different day. So, endoscopy. Not bad, but like 1 to 2 hours. So in 1 hour, you have a potentially 1 to 2. All right, let's pick a time right now where if you're back by then, we're going to do you today. And if you're not back by then, we're going to make a different day happen. Is that okay with you? Because I don't want us to get into, because there are plans and schemes. I have plots in motion. And I don't want you to be rushing out of I don't want you to be rushing out of surgery. And I also don't want to be sitting here with my thumb up my ass. Sure in the beta, thank you for the Twitch follow. No need to apologize. You're so good. I forget about things all the time. I just want to make sure that we don't miss each other like ships in the night because you have a camera up your ass. Okay, not back by 3 PST. Perfect. That is good with me. Have an excellent surgery. Did you see the VA removed male breast cancer from the presumptive list because male breasts lack any reproductive value? I did not see that. Oh boy. Dubious Phil, I've been doing good. I have reassessed my relationship with caffeine, I say, with a cup of coffee in my hand, but now I only have coffee twice a week. And this is one of the days I get it, so this is one of the good days. I mean, Little Mix Doom, you're both right for that, and like, I'm not going to say the Trump administration has specific plans to go to war and draft people who are typically excused from the draft. I fail to believe, like, the law has not stopped basically any of the things the Trump administration has wanted to do. Like, they have done any number of things that the Supreme Court has either abdicated their fucking authority on or been like, you know what? Sure, We like the Heritage Foundation paying our bills. You can do that now. That's cool. Go off. Oh, let me also hold on. We gotta. Guys, we all right. I'm sorry, everybody. I know we have roasties here. We gotta figure out. We have to make a new title for this episode right now because we filmed this Monday. 35. I'm so fucking mad. I am so fucking incensed, dude. Because we loved it. Thank you. I'm glad you loved it, Filthy. I'm glad you loved it. Uh, God damn it. So this is. Oh right, words. Anyway, Describe Baby's video is out. Yes, we filmed this on Monday, and this was not a planned episode. This was. I. I walked in to film the actual podcast. I walked in to film the actual podcast, and Nerd Girl walks in like fist clench and is like, "We gotta do something, man." I'm like, "What?" And I'm like, every time I go on YouTube, I see like the Nitpicking Nerds has posted a new "We Need to Talk" video, and it does so well. We need to talk about something, Mauled. We need to do something. We need this, Mauled. And Veggie and I had already been talking about or I think their whole house had been talking about the Worlds thing. And so I think Veggie prompted like, "Oh yeah, let's do the Worlds thing." And so we're like, "Hell yeah, sit down, bing bang boom." Hot drama, fresh off the presses, and the intent was for this to be like a very short video. Like for this to be, we sit down, we talk for 30 minutes, we cut it to 20, and then it becomes like a 10 to 20 minute YouTube video that people are watching over like breakfast or something, because it's really not, the topic is really not that deep. It is crazy. Like, if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about with this, some stuff. Veggie's bald now, by the way. There was some stuff that happened at Worlds that was totally legal, but was also totally bullshit. And so we talked about that, and we gave our opinions on it. Like, Nerd Girl weighed in as someone who has played at that level of comp REL. And this shit was like 42 minutes. This shit was like 42 minutes on the clock. And we were talking about, "Oh, is this too long? Do we need to try to like talk about it again but tighter?" And I was very strongly like, "No, we can cut like half of the stuff we said." Because there's one point, and maybe this is like the 7 minutes that did get cut, but there's a period of the conversation where we're like overhand dunking, but I misquoted that it happened in finals, which it did not. It happened in quarterfinals and some games previous to that. And when we went to watch the video, we realized, oh, this is quarterfinals because it tells you on the video, and I'm an idiot. And I was like, oh, okay, so we cut the whole last 5 minutes where I'm going like, "In finals," because none of that's true. Oh, that was left in. I'm gonna have to begin editing. I'm gonna edit the podcast now. I'm gonna edit the podcast now. So what got cut, LMAO? Apparently nothing. Apparently dead air. Um, Somebody was asking, should this be separate from the Good Time Boys? I don't think so, because uh because frankly, the Good Time Boys is not successful enough for us to care very much about the formula. Okay, no. There was like 5 minutes where we all run with it. And so that definitely got cut. They quickly I love how they left in me fucking it up. I love how they left in me fucking it up and not all of us fucking it up for like 5 straight. Um so it's the type of thing of like Little Mix Doom, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I only have commander cards, no draft cards, I'm afraid. Is that all okay? That's great. It will be, I will probably do more of the talking for those than Nerd Girl will, but she will still be able to comment. Like, she still plays a bunch of commander. I was gonna buy a Caltrops this weekend, and because of that spoiler card, it went from $3 to $40. That's so fucked. Um, This felt like a shorter Good Time Boys episode, which is fine, but I guess y'all wanted a breathing hot take thing. We didn't want a breathing hot take thing. I just think this is too long for what it is. Like, I just don't think, and that may just be, I am generally always on the side that, which is really funny for how much I vamp, but when it comes to like the actual film stuff, I'm always on the side of like, this is too much shit. This is too much shit. We got to cut a half of this shit. This is all worthless. Um, and so I just think that this video would do much better at like the 15 to 20 minute range, even if we lost conversational flow a little bit. Because there's a lot of retreading ground. Have you thought of adding a spoiler section to Good Time Boys, judging or saying their favorite new spoiled card? Not particularly. A lot of my suggestions with the podcast have been moving away from just talk about card. I have been, and they've been very open to that, but my push my push has always been for like, let's expand what we're willing to talk about. Because if you look at the views for this, do they have a playlist for Good Time Boys? They do. Okay.
All right, you can officially.
Let me see the views. I film stuff for this channel. It's like a Good Time Boys episode will get, it looks like mostly between 10 and 20,000 views. You know, a couple are getting right over. There's a fair number. There's a fair number where it's like a lot under. This one's like right at 10, but a lot are in the 10 to 20K realm, which is quite frankly like so little that you gotta be doing weird shit. You gotta be doing weird shit. We gotta be just trying stuff. When you're sick, do you have a comically large mug that you use to have tea or soups? No, when I'm sick, I lay in a bed and scream until I feel better. We also, one of us has to figure out how to do a thumbnail, and I don't know who it's gonna be. Hit up 5. How do we feel? Scale of 1 to 10. This thumbnail versus this one. Who's the graphic designer? I think whoever historically, it is whoever draws the shortest straw that day. For this one and this one, it was me. Episode 28's better? All right, Zenorum, you're a lunatic. 28, Wolf, you're a lunatic. This is the most visually abhorrent thing I've seen in my life. What do you mean we're 3-0? This one's better. I'm losing my mind. I have to take like a class or something. It might be the outfits, TBH. That's true. There's me in a dress. I like the pretty cosplays. Okay. Then what about 25? 25 versus 27. 25. What the hell? 20. You're all rage baiting me. You're all rage baiting me. Okay, Archeon likes 27. $25. I understand nothing about visual appeal. What is 25? I like the clean background. Interesting. That's so interesting. I'm a child. I like bright colors. It's more. This is coherent to you? Are you drunk right now? There's a little too much to look at in 27. There's exactly as many things to look at. Font on 27 is bad and does not pop. Interesting. Market research stream. I mean, genuinely, like these are. I think the because I think the click-through rate on an average video for these are like 3%. Like that's so low. We're just hitting straight. Okay, 28 categorically not a winner. Just look at we're not talking about who's a winner. We're talking about who is losing least right now. I like 30. Yeah, 30 was good. Veggie had this idea for 30. Honestly, I never look at the thumbnail. I just watch each Good Time Boys, Bad Time Girlies episode, and I appreciate you for that, Leprechaun, right? Statistically, I know for a fact that all of our titling and thumbnails are just bad. A lot of space left behind. Okay, so this background is the problem. We just have to do the bright colors background. And we can have a different stream that's just market research because we're running. It's the chair and the way it interacts with the background. I think it's difficult to get tips from an audience that's already willing to watch your content. It's a sort of survivorship bias sort of deal. It is, but I can both use you all as a sounding board, and there can be some tips, because you all disagree with me, and you're all fucking wrong. Wolf, I don't think I saw your personal question. What's your favorite episode you've done? I remember none of the Good Time Boys episodes the moment I walk out of that room. You hiring graphic designers then? No, the core part of this problem is the show makes so little money that we cannot. You need more arrows and circles? Okay, true. I need more red arrows and circles. Like that's the I mean all content is your mostly broke as shit until you totally make it. I'm not willing to let chatters do this for free. We are not. Make fun, not force. That's what I made for 29 and 27. You can't tell me that as a parable when you're like, oh yeah, these are forced, and these were the two where I was like, ooh, I think this is funny and cute. I, I think this is funny and cute, and I want to make it. You have now seen in practice why that is a lie. Right, it looks forced, so so you're saying make it look fun, not forced, and I think this looks fun. I would pick a font and color and stick to it. I would spend some time and then commit to the branding. That's a decent idea. Graphic design is clearly not your passion. Correct. I do not. What do other podcasts use as a background? I mean, Magic Mirror has an actively not even confrontational. Let's steal from the Magic Mirror. Let's steal from other creators. Hold on. So they just have the mirror, and then they have their 3 PNGs. So it's usually just mirror up in the corner, and then like people's images. Alec, man, thank you for throwing in your 2 cents. I don't hate the thumbnail for 28. I'm less of a fan of 29s. I think it's the background. Okay, I appreciate that. I do think the commonality is this slap background people really don't like in the thumbnail. They also show what the video is all about in big, bold text and in colors and fonts that are easy to read. That doesn't make any sense. Why would that be good? Not trying to be disrespectful, but those videos have close views to yours, so they're not really a great example if you're chasing views. I'm messaging Elk right now. I'm messaging Elk right now. Hold on. I pulled it on for a reason. All right, I'm a man of my word. Who said that? I'm banning you. It's Wild Speaker. You're dead. How dare you say that? Their podcast is phenomenal. Their podcast is phenomenal. Elk said LOL. But I do think big words helpful. Big words helpful. Yeah, maybe we just don't use big words. I guess the like I'm just here now. Hi. Hello, Elk. Wild Speaker's still dead. Mono dual color backgrounds seem easy. I think it would be good to begin moving to like more standardized colors because the barcode background thing I did really doesn't work. I guess what the like I guess the thing I need to confront when it comes to graphic design is I'm too much of a hot topic kid to have correct opinions about this. Because Robotov, I agree with you. Like this thumbnail from Trinket Mage, these any of these really from the popular videos, right? These are like objectively works. This is good. The big bold words with like the eye-catching thing, empirically a good thumbnail, a great job. And I hate them. I hate them very much. And I don't even understand how to recreate them in my own work because I can't follow a compass of like make a thing that you think looks bad. Right, they're good. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like, oh, Trinket Mage has bad thumbnails because he's a fucking fool. I'm saying like Trinket Mage has empirically excellent thumbnails that I fucking hate. And it is preventing me, the hatred is preventing me from setting it aside in my head to make good thumbnails of my own. Because when I go to, you don't like them because they can't have your big stupid face on them? Yes, they can. You just put my big stupid face, like he's using his PNG mascot. I could put my big stupid face right there. I don't think it has anything to do, I don't think it has anything to do with whether or not my big dumb forehead can be on them. I think they can. It's just, it's like a thing of, we don't need a mauled PNG. Elk, your thumbnails are also good. That's why we were coming to rip you off. Damn, 31K, you doing good. What the hell is that thumbnail, dog? Stop looking at it from a way that makes you think of what would be the best. Send it to a friend, someone not affiliated with the group you're going to post for. That will give you the best results. Right, yes. I do understand the concept of a focus group. But most people, like, the other thing that the thumbnails are fighting against is even though they should get even more time than they do, at the point where we have spent more than a couple hours trying to make the thumbnail work, we just have to post the video. I need to impress upon all of you, if you think content creators are intelligent, let me dispel that notion right now. Each and every one of the very bad thumbnails I have done have been a multi-hour labor of love. This is not, oh, thumbnails don't matter. We're just going to do something we think is good and then slap it up there. It is, I make these. I send them to people not affiliated with the show to check if they think they're good. I am told, oh, these are bad. And we're like, fuck, what do we change? And we change something and it looks worse. And you go through that about 2 to 3 times, and then you go, well, I guess we just gotta post the fucking video. I guess we just gotta make this shit happen. Follow the Living Jukebox. His advice will 100% work. Who's the Living Jukebox? Oh, they're in chat. Okay. Make your forehead 2 pixels taller in each thumbnail until people notice. Thank you so much. It's going to look like your band. Thank you. I appreciate you, though. Maybe every thumbnail is just this. This just in: the police officer that touched Luigi Mangioni's backpack first testified they turned their body cam off when putting stuff back into Luigi's backpack before doing inventory, which is why you don't do takesy backsies in competitive formats. That's fucking crazy. Because there's sometime, I think there's like, I think there is the type of thing I'm going for that does work sometimes. It's just I have an extremely high variance method of making thumbnails. Because if we look at like these worked, but I think this was a combination of title and thumbnail. Like title, obvious retirement bait. Now you can look at the custom cards and just like no fucking shot. Hey Kashmira. The new podcast thumbnail was excellent. That was Veggie had an idea for the thumbnail in the middle of the podcast, and we were all like, that's very good. Do that right now. Daryl, I appreciate the in-depth impact or in-depth response. Because yeah, sometimes they do it. God damn it, big colors, block letters. It just, I'm so fucking mad, dude. Wow, this got 70. I'm kind of good at YouTube. Oh. Oh my god. This one didn't do good. 70,000. Wow. See, I like these a lot. So maybe I go back to these. These ones were really good, but these I hired somebody. I hired somebody for it. I think I just haven't done more of these because I like ran out of 3 to 4 word phrases to put on the thumbnail. 42K on an Aether Drift video is a legendary achievement. Yeah, this is actually wild. Alecman, yes, 100%. I appreciate that very much. Lulu, thank you for the 10 real super chat. I hate Gen AI with a burning passion, but stories like yours and when I was trying to make a logo for my doctor's office make me understand why so many people fold and use Gen AI. Didn't use it, but still. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, I like the let me help you one. Yes, huge U on the thumbnails looks good. That's true. I'm very handsome. The name of the show throws me off. It does not explain or hint at what the podcast is about. Did I say I was a twink? I don't think I'm a twink. I'm very large. I'm like 6'4", 220 pounds. There's no... Did you hire a furry to make your new Twitch emotes? Hold on, let me look at their Discord PFP. Listen, they haven't told me, but this motherfucker is definitely a furry. It's the big 2'5" mold. Twinks can be 220. That's not true. Facts and logic, all right? Facts and logic. I would be down to relook at it, Helios, yeah. This should have done better. This was a crime that this didn't do better. If only the... Oh, because the two twinks one set. I don't know. Let's see. Titus, not an adult. Can't call him a twink. Yetched? Whoever? I don't know. Tidus's dad, is he a twink? He's pretty... Oh, Cloud or Sephiroth. Yeah. Those are the twinks. I wasn't talking about me. Obviously. How are we feeling about 29 lands in a deck? Grim, that curve better look like the close end of a skate ramp. Okay, we've burned all our time. I have to move faster. I'm laser beaming ads into your head. Who's here and ready to go that bought a roast for today? I know we are looking for... What is going on? So we're looking for melon seeds, bananas in surgery, Elecman still working, Crimson Rose, and then Kyle. Cecil, you're here. You don't... Okay, Redeemed is here. You're insurance fraud. Okay, so I'm going to laser beam some more ads into your head, and then we're going to start with insurance fraud. 3 Elk, thank you for the Prime sub for the 7th month in a row. Why did you do another set review after that first one with 52k views? You mean for Final Fantasy? You begged me for more money. You said, I will pull up the Discord message. You said, hands and knees, mauled, I need more oats. Can we do another set review, even though we've already reviewed the set? I mean, Elk, you and I are like... Hold on. Beaming laser beams. Beaming ads directly into your skull. Captain, I don't think we're going to draft on MTGA today, unless if the roasts go very quickly, we will. But Elk and I are masters of the double tap. You can see it with Final Fantasy. You can see it again with the Commander Unbans and the Game Changers update. Same fucking stream, double tapped. You can see it again with Elk. You do have the honor of being the only fucking successful custom card video. We did not double tap Edge of Eternities because it was a fucking disaster. And then we double tapped, well, I double tapped Hybrid Mana. All right. You are awesome, except for all that Disco Elysium you play. Who's a pretty? Who's a pretty? Would you like help with your next thumbnail free of charge? Mothman, no thank you, but I think what I will do... Actually, here's how I'll take you up on that. I will design... I have a video that's supposed to come out tomorrow or Friday. We will do the thumbnail on stream. And that way you can all tell me how dumb I am. Disco Elysium is a phenomenal game. I will not tolerate that slander. I mean, where, though? I think it's different if... Was your die roll to shoot the child successful? Because I think if that's successful, it's game of the year. But for me, it did not work. For me, it did not work. Therefore, trash game. But I could see how if you won the die roll to shoot the child, you would be like... I internalized advanced race theory day 1 game of the year. Oh my lord. Yeah, 360 personal question. Single stuffed or double stuffed Oreos? Double stuffed. If you genuinely prefer single stuffed, I understand you are going through a hard time in your life right now. There is a light at the end of that tunnel, and it is filled with more cream than you currently allow yourself. Get better. All right, Alec, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by the stream and doing the bit. Disco Elysium is a game I don't want streamed because I want to roll the die to shoot the child, not the streamer. Maybe that's just like... I don't know, man. I read plenty. I don't want to read too much in my video games. At which point is it too much stuff? Uh, Octuple? Octuple? Let me look, Alec, man. These are the ones. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you very much, Alec, man. These are useful to ruminate on. I appreciate you taking the time to pick these out. Hey Maul, book recommendation. If you are not reading the Cosmere, I would recommend the Mistborn series. I think it's just called Mistborn. When on the first one, he has a lot of fucking books, man. But anything by Brandon Sanderson, that's really good. A book Z and I recently read was Empire of the Vampire. Tremendous smut. Tremendous. Very good. 3-book series. If you're a child, cover your virgin ears. If you're not a child, great book. Great book. Gets better. Trilogy is finished. And so you do not have to be worried. Now, it's not like, this is not high-end literature, but you will enjoy it. Brogginson, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Did not read 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, and then the Dresden Files, but the early books are a little bit tough, but they get a lot better. Okay. Ads have been laser beamed. I have vamped so long my jaw hurts. Let us get in to the first deck for today, and that is going to be Insurance Fraud. Quick paced, commander damage focused deck. It wins fast or dies hard. Finalized. Sink the Titanic and collect the insurance payout. Rinse and repeat to make it big in this economy. My fucking brain. You're so lucky you caught me on a day I got to have coffee, bro. What? Three card draw. 3-card draw. 2 of them not even card advantage. 2 of them card selection. Holy shit. Alright. Well, at least you are doing an accurate impression of a ship sinking. So we have the RMS Titanic. We're going to hit somebody with it. We're going to sack it and make treasure tokens equal to damage. Okay. Okay. Crew 18. Brother, I can see why you needed the insurance money. Holy shit. All right, so for sacrificing this land, we can make a pilot who can crew the Titanic. Dynamite diver. A 1/1 who can crew as though he was a 3/3. Sorry, a 3/1. No, they can, Mr. Carter, because it's crew 3, and these crew as if they were 1 greater. You fucking liar. Oh! Alright. Alright. I just keep getting re-flashbanged in my head by the word finalized. Like they're thumbing through this deck list. Holy shit, a good card. Did somebody sneak this into your fucking deck, bro? Cuz right now this looks like a deck that we developed being like I have to win using as many cards as possible that will make somebody say, "Hey, wait a minute, that sucks." Hey, wait a minute. That's a bad card. Oh shit, another good card has hit the fray. Hooey. Okay, so we have a way to convert our treasures into damage. We have... Okay, you know what? Fine. Whatever. Whatever. It draws a card. I'm amazed. I'm amazed we didn't tag this as card draw. I am flabbergasted. I hope you had a good Aether Drift pre-release, you dumb son of a bitch. Season fucking... Piss. I'm gonna piss my fucking pants, dude. What? This one's good. Because you'll get... I can at least... I can accept this one. Because you'll get probably 3 power on board, right? This is a little bit of card selection, and we're going to be able to crew our commander. You are a stone cold idiot. Just good card. Sure. I would dunk so hard on this if you did not have a vehicle in the command zone, but we have a vehicle in the command zone. Card selection engine. Okay. All right. Yeah. They did. The deck was supposed to go fast or die hard, and I think I know which option we're picking most games. I think the going fast is your friend with their like souped up 1987 Honda Civic with like the spoiler that's way too big, and it just coughs to life, and you have to give it 20 minutes to warm up, or it'll burn through all the oil. Ooh, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, make a treasure. Excellent. Very good ramp. And then sure, he can crew the Titanic technically. Actually good card, clearly snuck by you. And then ooh, some damage doublers. Power buffs. Okay, so this is what we're going for. So we are stuck in the interesting spot of we are a Voltron deck that is legally not allowed to use double strike because we have to sacrifice our commander on the first swing. And so we do have to rely on damage doublers and like other power buffs. Okay, you're a little cute. You're a little cute, sound of drumsing your own commander. I think in a vacuum, all of these are pretty fine. I may end up questioning how many of these we have. I think what I like the least about this is... Actually, no. It's fine, because double damage makes us rich. I was gonna say what I like the least is we are not... Like, getting us to 14 doesn't actually close the gap all that well, because we still have to do 2 hits anyway. The payoff for getting those treasures from the Titanic is I can recast the Titanic. That's the whole payoff. The whole payoff is I can recast the Titanic next turn and try to hit you again. Ramp, this ought to be good. Alright, Soul Ring, Fire Diamond, sure, you have a 4-mana commander. This lets you do it turn 3. You rube, you child, you absolute dog-licking idiot. What? These are the same. This is as expensive as your commander, bro. What do you mean? What are you ramping to at that point? You've built the ramp over him. You have entombed Tony Hawk in the skate ramp, Cask of Amontillado style. What the fuck? Like, Fire Crystal, okay, at least haste enabler. Okay, alright. Big man on campus. We do need to be swinging this motherfucking ship with haste, but finalized is just nightmare right in my fucking skull. Win cons. That is a damnable lie. This is less of a lie. Sure. Cowardly, but all right, brother. I'm being rage finalized. Okay, assault suit, genuinely clever. Assault suit is clever. We prevent the sacrifice of our commander. That solves a lot of problems for us. Yeah, haste enabler. This is hardcore copium. Oh wait, no. It doesn't say non-token. Never mind. Not copium. Actually, I like this one. I take that back. Boink flip. I'm sorry. Child. Sure. Yes. In fact, the yeah, it this shit wins faster, dies hard, man. Now just give me about 10 years while I set up this Nike shoe factory, and then you're gonna see something, all right? Me and my brother Cletus, we've been learning how to make shoes since we were not but 5 years old, and we've kidnapped all these other children. And we're going to have them making chocolate pies. We're going to have them making pork pies. We're going to have them making those cereal box word searches. And if you solve one, you get to draw a card. Yeah. Yeah, if this guy was tagged card draw, he'd be fine. Finalized. How many equipment do we have? Do we have enough that you're not a crack smoker? You have 8. 8 in a deck with 3 cards labeled card draw. So statistically, we are likely to see no equipment per game. Maybe 1. Unless we utilize the free mulligan. Alright, haste enabler is good. I think we need more of these, quite frankly. Okay, so something bad has happened to us one time in our life. Oh, and then 33 land. That's so... Yeah. Yeah, you won't miss any of these. You won't miss a single one. All right, live fast, die hard. Let's see. Turn 1, land, pass. Get ready, bitch. It's coming. Me and Cleety. Turn 2, land, pass. What's up? Vroom, vroom, motherfucker. We're riding for pink slips. Turn 3. Fervor. Get ready. I have haste, you dumb son of a bitch. Turn 4. It's happening. Are you prepared? Lelia, a totally different card for an unrelated strategy that is in fact better than everything else in my deck. Alright, what the fuck do we get? So maybe we don't land drop in case we exile a land. I'm so smart. Hell yeah. Lelia can now crew our fucking command. Turn 5. 1 turn behind curve. Things are heating up, ladies and gentlemen. The RMS Titanic comes down. We crew with Lelia, preventing ourselves from getting a Lelia trigger. We swing this. Flying trample. Nobody's blocking this shit. It's turn 5. There's 1 bird player. You don't swing it at them. Sure. I get 7 treasures. Now it's happening. Alright. Goodbye, RMS Titanic. What can I do with these 7 treasures to make me not hate myself? Oh, true. Yeah. I can unleash fury. So I get 14. I unleash fury. I dealt 14 to 1 person. I now have infinite money. Now I'm a... No, not now what, hacker. Now it's I'm a fucking Magda player. Now we're completing the loop of the insurance fraud gimmick. We're not doing anything cool like chaos warping my own treasure. We're now sacking 10 treasures. And I'm getting like... God. I don't think Twin Flame Tyrants. Maybe it's... Yeah, fuck it. This is who I am now. This is who I am now. And I just go to my next... Oh, it's a Magda deck. No! Alright. I gold span. I get an extra treasure. This is 6 mana, which is 3 treasures. Come here. Crew with Hellkite Tyrant. Combat. Extra treasure. Of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So 13 mana into RMS Titanic. I hit somebody for 20. I make 20 treasures. I pass my turn and hope to God I win with Hellkite Tyrant. I love... You could Magda out Assault Suit. The problem is it doesn't make any fucking sense to do that. And this is why I always hate the capitalists, because they come in and they ruin shit. Because we have the funny, what if the boat hit you again? But I personally cannot take when you have a clear better thing to do and you don't do the better thing in service of being like, oh, that's not my energy. Oh, that's not my energy, bro. Because we make 20 treasures off of this. We make 20 treasures off of this and then just win. That's... So this is not insurance fraud. This is baby's first combo deck. Oh, the deep pain in my heart. This feels like the type of deck that goes undefeated the first game you play against it, and then every game after that, nothing. Every game after that, it's like, oh yeah, actually, if you abrade Tim on turn 5, he will just be out of the game. He will just be fully cooked. Land pass. Land pass. I probably discard... Fuck removal, bro. Hell yeah. We winning. We winning now. Land pass. Land Assault Suit. No. I'll land Titanic. Turn 5. Again, it's happening. Fuck Campfire. I make 1/1s. I get to crew the Titanic. Finalized. I hit you. I make 7 money. Guess what, bitch? We a dragon deck now. The Titanic doesn't fucking matter. I have treasures in Goldspan Dragon. Ye shall not keep me from my holy purpose. Titanic. Crew. Attack. Hit. I win. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't decide if I hate it or I love it. I think what I... Alright, I'm understanding it. I love the idea. I love the idea. But I also believe that having to play multiple rounds of Commander against this deck is what happens to you in Purgatory. I do a lot of the individual interactions are pretty funny and are exactly what one should do if they got a windfall of insurance fraud money. I don't think you can let this into Gen Pop because this deck exists in two states. It exists in the binary states of I have done nothing except for play the stone cold worst Aether Drift card you have ever conceived of in your life, or I have spent 30 mana to win the game. I hope you have a counterspell. And it is a I got a complimentary I hate that deck from my friend the other night. That's where this lives. This is this is genuinely a riotous success, but success for you is being asked nicely to never play it again. Because the only thing to do, right? If you fuck over the Titanic's first cast, or God forbid somebody has a first strike blocker, do you like have you ever asked for a household ban on first strike? Because that's what I would do if I was playing this. Because the space between my deck has done literally nothing and my deck has won the game is so incredibly short. Oh, we're killing people, Jeremy. Like this is I haven't counted it up, but if we did this turn, we would have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So we have 22 mana. We will deal 22 damage to each of up to 3 targets. And we've hit 2 people with the RMS Titanic, and we are 6 turns into a commander game. If 22 into the skulls of each of my opponents cannot kill people or at least lock up the game for me, what the fuck are we even doing? And like if it doesn't, you just go, ha ha ha, isn't that so funny? I'm definitely not going to do anything evil, and you wait one more turn and you net up like however many more treasures. I think it's just the wind comes out of my sails a little bit when but you told right, and this is why it's not that's why it's a success and I hate it. This is like a Banksy. It's a piece of modern art where you're like, oh, this is tremendous art because art is about making you feel something, and all I feel is disgust. Because the Titanic is just I'm using this as a ritual and then winning the game another way. So with that in mind, I think the only recommendations I have for the deck is a lot of these like a lot of these permanent based options for damage multiplication seem kind of like cap, because the idea that we're going to be winning with on the 2 playtests we saw, the idea that we're going to be winning with commander damage is just a straight up fucking lie. Like we are winning with Hellkite Tyrant, or we are winning because we have where's this guy? We have gold. One of our good cards has been cast. We have cast one of our good cards, and now one of our good cards is going to take over the wheel for us. And so it seems strange to me that we have Jaya's emulating Inferno, but we don't have like Crackle with power. Let's see, we can't do Devastating Onslaught because we have no good non-legendary creatures. Or I guess we could with Goldspan. Gosh, we just finalize. Nightmare. I need to see it one more time. Yeah, this is the type of hand you deserve. Campfire turn 1. Let's go. This won't work because I have to use my mana dork to crew it. Okay. I hate this so much. This is the fucking T1000 of murdering casual vibes. Now what happens if somebody does remove it? We just ramp this turn instead. I can't really do anything extra. Play this, wait another turn. I'm not convinced we do need to pick a lane, Voice. Like, I think it turns out a 7 damage flying commander that also makes you 7 treasures if it fucking hits has a lot of inherent flexibility. Because here, and this is with removal, this is we have been, Titanic got killed because somebody knew what the fuck was up. We go Isengard Unleashed. Hey, Jeff, you die. Unless you have a flying blocker, which they probably don't. Now, if they have removal, we're fucked. But that's, I think, the die hard part. We make 20... we make 21 fucking treasures. Sawhorn Inquisitors recast, turn 8. And now we have nearly infinite money. And we have lethal on 1 player a turn because we have, oh no, this guy's ETB, choose one. So we pick who we want to kill next. We kill them between the doubling of Sawhorn Inquisitor's Flail. And then we Fiendish Duo, rinse and repeat on the next one. This is the Titanic, and it's like... I'm stunned. I am... It's kinda good. It's much better at making enemies for life than it is at playing Magic the Gathering, but like it's kind of good. Like I despise it from the depths of my soul. They had Mysterious, they do have that. And now I'm struggling to think of additions because this is clearly a deck that you use to bully children. This is clearly a deck we are using to victimize a pod full of people who have not heard of efficient interaction. Like you've raised a bunch of people in a lab and they know not of this mysterious card, Swords to Plowshares or Path to Exile. Because I don't want to make any of these cards better because I think like the deck functions because you have so much dog shit in it. If you would genuinely be hosed if you were playing good cards in it. Or, you know, like stereotypically good cards. Because no, we can't, like that's the thing. Crime Novelist would help us crew more efficiently and people would know we were playing a good deck. We can't do that. Like, turn 2 Tyrox, most important card this deck can play. Most important card this deck can play. We have to look, we have to be like, oh yeah, I'm doing a dumb bit. By the way, 21 damage. We just bring a fucking air horn to the table. Holy hell, Jay Arlington, thank you for the massive raid. We are looking at a deck that I desperately don't want to work. I don't want this to work. I don't want this to work even a little bit, and it does, and it is crashing the Titanic for the insurance money. Codas is too good for this deck. A million things are too good for this deck. The only thing this deck Lore accurate Titanic. I don't believe lore accurate Titanic crashed itself on the iceberg and then resurrected itself twice as large as it was before, which is what this deck is doing. I would say, let's see. What This is an interesting puzzle because normally I'm like, "Oh yeah, if you want card draw, you play exile draw." We can't do that. We can't do that. If you show anybody the cards you are about to cast, you are getting hit with rocks. Darebrained, my primary gripe against it is for Gen Pop. I think for a dedicated play group, this is awesome. I think if you played this, because this also, I guess it depends what. Okay, redeemed. I'm not gonna lead the question. What bracket do you play this in? Three-ish. Okay, we're good. Never mind. Because I think the only thing I dislike about this deck is if you tell me if the words "this is a goofy deck" left your mouth and then you Voltron kill me turn 5, we we are having an incident is happening. An incident is going to be occurring at whatever location we are playing Magic the Gathering at. You go on a list for that shit. Now this does remind me of a Megatron deck that I've talked about many times, where it was like a fucked up and evil deck, but the person playing it was so affable. This seems like the type of deck where I'm like, have you taken an improv class? Because if you haven't, I don't know if you need a card upgrade as much as you need a joke upgrade. How does this kill turn 5? Isengard Unleashed, baby. It is certainly not the most likely. It is certainly not the most likely method of killing. But if you get ramp, you can play Titanic by turn 3. I believe there is. I think Magical Christmas Land, you could die turn 4, because I think you could play, and this is unlikely, but you would go land Dynamite Diver, land Sunset Strike Master, land Commander, land tap the 4 lands and the Mana Dork for Isengard Unleashed, tap Dynamite Diver to crew your commander. He swings for 21 in the air and then makes 21 treasures. I will say this man has no fucking business being here, though. This man has not a moment of business being here. And then I think the only other... What's Agility Bobblehead do? That's clever. That is clever. Reaver Cleaver, you are a dumb and greedy bitch, for sure. Reaver... Reaver Cleaver is 100% your Icarus moment, but the rest of it works so goddamn well I'm inclined to let you have it. This is still patently ridiculous. You are a fucking fool. Yeah, this is not 99 cards in a dream. This is 98 cards, a dream, and a shitty knockoff Wally. Hmm. I like it more. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Especially if you play into 4. At least it teaches the pod to play Naturalize or Abrade. That's for fucking sure. Did you know the chances of being killed by a flying boat are close to zero, but never actually zero? Yeah, I think the things. So, Redeemed, I'm not sure if you're in the market for many changes to the deck, but I think if you wanted to smooth out the win fast, die hard, there are definitely some low performers in here that could become things like redirect lightning. Like the power of a boing flip cannot be overrated. Especially, it sounds like you have traumatized the game into playing a bunch of removal. If you now have to fight through a shitload of removal, having one mana to go like, oh, actually, fuck you. There's redirect lightning. There's bolt bend, which this will only work once you have crewed the commander, which is a little bit tough. City on Fire is in the list. Please, please don't recommend more greed. Campfire is kind of good because you can get around dreaded commander tax. That's not true, and see, statements like that is what's holding us back from Utopia. Campfire is good. What's better is the 7 treasures you got from crashing the Titanic into somebody. So there's redirect lightning, there's bolt bend, there's untimely malfunction, which will pull double duty of you can redirect something, or God forbid somebody has a blocker. Return the Favor is where we start to get probably too expensive for what this deck is going to have the mana to do. It's a pretty good card after we get our first Titanic hit done. But after we get our first Titanic hit done, so little matters. So little matters. Once we have those 7 treasures from the first Titanic insurance fraud moment, if we can't figure it out at that point, we deserve to lose. That's true, you could copy the 7 treasures, but we're typically not holding 3 mana. And I think we would rather at that point copy damage than we would copy the treasures, because copying damage copies the treasures for us. Do we need Clive? I'm not convinced we need Clive. I'm not convinced we actually need as much. No, we need more card draw. No, I'm lying. I'm capping. Bulk up's in it. The fact that we just like brazenly do fucking land pass for so many turns is driving me insane. Like it's driving me up a wall that we're just like 5 turns, no board state, no problem. No problem, baby. Has any of you the game? You've all heard of interaction now. Have you heard of a good combo? Have you heard of Has anybody heard of Finn the Fangbearer? Has nobody built a deck to spite this man? Why do we keep letting him get away with it? Because this is a clear just 5 turns of nothing. Even now, no creatures. I have a Finn deck. Oh my god, you're just the whole problem. You're just a fucking sleep paralysis demon. You have the goddamn Babadook in your playgroup, the game. Fuck Finn and its boring ass play pattern, lol. You say that until the Titanic player land drops for 5 turns and then you die. 14 treasures, please. And then this motherfucker's dead. We're again missing a haste enabler. Okay, official mechanical recommendations. If you want this deck to be any better, you 100% need redirects much more than we need win more cards. And the win more cards are like, I'm already doing the Titanic thing, and this is just making me even more value without getting me any closer to a commander damage kill. And that is stuff like Reaver Cleaver. This guy's just nonsense, frankly. Seething Song, Campfire, Academy Manufactor, Blacksmith's Talent. All of those could go. All of those could go for redirects, and the deck would perform better every time you drew one. On vibes, regrettably, I love it. Regrettably, I love spending 5 turns pretending to be an upstanding boat captain before ripping the cap off a handle of vodka and chugging it into the table's face. And so it's with just a supreme amount of hurt in my heart that I'm going to give this a designation of peak. And fuck you for it, quite frankly. Thank you for submitting. Get the fuck out of my house. Dawn Charm? That doesn't sound like a red card. What are you talking about? Yeah, what are you... In this deck, you're banned. You're banned, Mysterious. We're being ableist against the colorblind today. Get out of here. We're not using transmutation font, and we're not about to. Gimpocalypse, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 4th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Yeah, no, this is terrible. This is terrible and awful and no good. So let's see, we can't double strike. Camille's Journal, stop recommending 5 mana value engines. Stop doing it. Delina Wildmage, I don't think that works because it makes copies of a legendary. Extra combats don't really work. I mean, that's the other problem. Crime Novelist would certainly be good. I think you could probably... Oh no, Solemn Simulacrum. Oh, Delina's copies are non-legendary? Ooh. Oh, never mind. Delina has to attack. Adding in another creature that, like, theoretically, this would become one of the crew. And if you're looking at the playtests, we genuinely have 0 board. Like, we are there, dick out, in the sun, hoping that you don't kick us in the nuts. And so having to spend another turn of going like, ah, yes, I have the Titanic. I have this creature that can crew the Titanic. But I either don't get her trigger, because I have to crew the Titanic with her, or I have to wait another turn and have... It's like, it's effectively a damage doubler that we cannot surprise people with. Whereas right now, a genuinely strong thing about this deck is that a lot of our damage doublers, we can go Titanic's out, Crewmate's out, I play the damage doubler, and then move to attack you. Delina has to come, is a damage doubler, practically, that has to be played before we swing the Titanic. Every time. We can never, like... Or we have to also have a haste enabler. And if we have the haste enabler, we have to then have a different crew creature. So I think it's just a little bit too involved. I think it's a little bit too pie in the sky for a deck that is already a floating ship. Vague reference, Delina's copies would be crude. But we have to crew the Titanic. Oh, they would not be crude. Never mind. And this is even worse. This is even worse. Get this shit out of my face right now. Anger is cap. We're not doing... Anger is what I feel looking at the deck. Redeemed, don't listen to any of these people. They aim to lead you astray. They aim to lead you astray. If you put anything in this deck, you put in redirects so that when your pod rightfully goes to blow you out of the sky, you can go, no. Boing flip. Hi, ladies. Hi, sweet. So we're going to go to the manual ad break, and then we're going to go to the next deck before chat ruins this unfortunate masterpiece. Redeemed, thank you so much for submitting. All right. We are still looking for Crimson Rose. We're waiting for Banano to get back from an endoscopy. And then we're looking for Melon Seeds and Elikman. Footfall Crater ain't bad. You're betting your life on this. I hope you know. Okay, man. All right. Sure. You know? All right, man. Okay, sure. We could do this. It's not awful. I just don't... It having cycling does help it a little bit. But us having to use the land as a haste enabler... Hammer of Perforos, I stand on it, Mauled. Yeah, you could do this one. This works in the setup curve. I don't think you're ever doing this, but if you are ever like just totally without pilots, you could do that. Ooh, Bone Lord, finally Chad has hit a good one. Crappy Hoof. This could be a foreseeable other finisher if you didn't want to go into X-Spells, because then you could take, let's see, if you hit for 7 once and you didn't think you were going to get through again, let's say you've been land dropping, it's turn 4, you hit for 7 once. Next turn, you hit your land, you have 5 mana from lands, you play Crappy Hoof for 2 of the treasures, you have 5 left, you have then 5 3/3s who would become 6 6s. Yeah, you could do this and it would be cute. Be a little cutesy wootsy moment. Girapur Aether Grid. Yeah, you are a whole idiot, dog. You gotta get thee hence, brother. You gotta get the fuck out of here. We're spending this money. We're spending this money. Alright, Melon Seeds is here. We're going into this deck before you all brain poison Redeemed, because they actually made a good deck and they should feel proud, and you're out here hey man, what if instead of dealing 14 damage with the Titanic, you dealt 3? Ooh, I'm such a bad boy. You could You could use all of your proceeds from the Titanic, and instead of playing a win con, you could 4 damage. Think about it. Hey, get out of her butthole. No. For some reason, my cat's desired method of they like play fight, and their desired method of play fighting is who can dig in each other's butts harder. I don't get it. I don't understand. Any target is cool though. I don't think the deck cares about any target. Like if there's a problematic creature you want to remove, you remove it by swinging a fucking 14 power Titanic at them and you play or remove them. Who's a baby? Who's a baby? You's a baby. Are you gonna bite me right now? Right. Are. I think you're a little cutie. No, stop it. Hug each other. Thank you. Good girls. Good girls. All right. We already have the other map. We're moving on. You guys are... This is how I know we've spent way too long on the deck, is chat is just like 18 miles deeper in the maple syrup than the actual creator of the deck is. Rune King, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home. Yeah, can't crew Titanic. Out of here. Can't crew Titanic. Fucking out of here. Stop doing this. Stop suggesting creatures we could... Yeah. No, you're all done. You're making my cats angry with your terrible suggestions. Your well-meaning yet terrible deck suggestions. Okay, Melon Seeds has sent in another spooky deck. I've been tinkering with Merry and Pippin all year, but I'm laying it at the dog altar because I took a 3-year break and have a knowledge gap re-E 2020's heat. The main focus is token and artifact synergies. A lot of my runouts are a little slow and dirtly, and I can get run over in the bracket 3 pods I want to be in while I'm busy assembling my Hobbit-powered torture contraption, but I really want to optimize it for fun and style. Please advise, and thanks for all the laughs while I was recovering from surgery this summer. P.S. I already cut the bracket 4 combos. Love to hear that. Okay. So what colors are Merry and Pippin? Abzan. We have a 2-mana dickhead who can make a food token. We can also give Bad Overrun. And then we have a 3-mana, when I make Artifact, make a 1/1 token creature, but it only triggers once each turn. So we want to be doing this on everybody's... Right, Chatterfang for 5, I think. I like what I'm seeing here. Hey. Stop. Give me Chatterfang and Took, Mauled. We will see, we will see. I like what I see out of the buff section. I don't like that there's only 2 of them. Then we have Burn. Cantrip. Okay. What is this? 8 cards in? 8 cards in, you gotta pick a fucking lane, dog. You are swerving across 8 lanes of traffic right now with a 5th of vodka in your hand. And what I mean by that is these cards are not unusable. They do, in fact, cycle for the thing you need. However, the only reason you would put them in a deck is because you're like, these are Lord of the Rings cards, and I love Lord of the Rings. And the only reason you would put Esper Sentinel in the deck is you're like, I love good cards and winning. And if we want to optimize a deck for both power and flavor, I think you need to draw some lines around the sandbox that you're playing in. We can't just be like, oh, well, if I have this card that's really flavorful, and then I have this card that's really good, I will have a deck that is both flavorful and good. You will end up with a deck that is neither. He's an artifact! You know what? So technically true. What about this one? I don't remember her from the movies, Melon. Nor do I remember him, nor do I remember when the hobbits put on all their fursuits and ran over the armies of Mordor roughshod. She's just good. Right, that's what I'm saying, is if we want the deck to feel good, which is what we're always searching for, we need a North Star. If we attempt to create a vibe in the aggregate, we will always fail. You cannot moneyball a vibe. You cannot go, well, here's the card that is really good and is going to make the deck function, and here are the cards that are going to be really flavorful and are going to make the deck feel interesting, and then my deck will be interesting and then also good. We have to pick what the deck is meant to feel like, and then everything in the deck has to feel like that. We can have a few distractions. We can go out of our way a few times, but not many. It's really tighter than you think. Like, building for a coherent vibe is almost like CEDH levels of specificity for what is the vision? What is the vision? What do I want this deck to feel like? So I think the first thing we should pick is, do we want this deck to feel like I'm building an army, or do we want this deck to feel like I am doing aristocrats? Because the burn, like Marionette Apprentice, 100% aristocrats piece. Corpse Knight, 100% aristocrats piece, but is a little bit more open because it just cares about entering. For Marionette Apprentice to work, army, 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 baby. Great. This dumb bitch is dead. So is this fucker. Empty the hobbit holes. This is Cap, I'm pretty sure. Cap. Yeah, value. Oh, I love Value Town. Flick. Sorry. I just want you to know, really good card. I just have a tickle in my throat. One sec. So if we want to flicker something, I do realize this is pulling double duty. I do think we have some better options. Group hug. Yeah, sure. All right. Sure, that's fine. She's fine. Whatever. Interaction. Oh, you've been hurt. Oh, you've been hurt. I want to remind everybody that we're the deck that's getting run over. Oh, we've been hurt terribly. This man is hilarious. Oh, no. Oh, you poor soul. Oh, you poor soul. In interaction, too. Oh. We need to give you like a spa week of playing against bad precons. Holy, okay. That's just an arbitrary third game changer. The damage the bracket system has done to the collective psychosphere will never be healed. Okay, Mama Cat. Love that. Every army needs a mascot. Mana Sink. Oh, that's a little cute. Yeah, a lot of your guys are gonna be power 3 or less. You are a bitch. Matham House of Miscellaneous Combos. Ooh, okay. This is where we have to make our decisions. So, if you want to do bracket 3 army, basically all of the combos are gonna go. Because like Umbral Collar Zealot, Surveil 1, stone cold worthless outside of him being a free sack outlet. Cauldron Familiar coming back. I can imagine that might have value. I'm not yet sure how. Maybe to like stack up Bartolome. But let me group these up a different way. So Bartolome, Marionette Apprentice, Warren Soul Trader, Umbral Collar Zealot, and Yawgmoth Thrawn Physician say, I want to take a wide board and I want to consolidate it down into tighter value. I want to consolidate it down into card draw or direct life loss or removal of your creature, and I will be left with no army, but you will be left with no butthole, and we shall see who is the greater in those two. And so I would view all of these with suspicion. I also understand why you have Tireless Tracker. It's to do like, okay, if I get landfall, I get an artifact. I like that. So that's what you want. You don't want army. You want consolidate board down into other thing. This is where I'm talking, because the thing I just said, antithetical to the thing you told me you wanted at the beginning. No, you're not your bad. You don't have to be. This is a process of discovery. But that's an interesting thing we should explore more, because if you think, oh yes, I can have both, we have to talk about Santa. I'm sorry to say. You may want to be sitting down for this, because I have some terrible, terrible news about Santa and his wife, the Tooth Fairy. I like the Value Engine Torture Rack path. Okay. If we want Value Engine Torture Rack path, Farmer Cotton and Water Tribe Rally are probably gonna fucking die. Other things that are gonna die. Probably some of this ridiculous amount of interaction. And if you want Value Engine Torture Rack path, like your combos are probably coming back in. These guys are dead though. These two these two things you pulled out of your Lord of the Rings play booster packs, these guys are fucking dead instantly. I would also say Orin Frostfang dies. I would also say Elish Norn probably dies too. It's always been a combo deck in my heart, I think. Then we got to lean back into that. We have to lean back into that. Your game changers should then not be Aura Shards. Where are our other two? What have we spent our game changer slots on? But I do also have Kudo. Yeah, you don't need more. You don't need more. Oh, wait, Smothering Tithe is in here? Oh, yeah, you little rat. Okay, this is a combo deck. Oh, you little rat. Okay. Yeah, so then how do we make this? How do we make this still feel like it's a Hobbit deck? Because we are very, very close to contracting a terminal case of Chatterfang inclusion syndrome. We are very close to like stage 4 cis. Because what'll happen very quickly is if we turn this into a combo deck, it's really just going to become a combo deck that says, oh, I have a creature, I have a sack outlet, I have a bad thing that happens to you when I sacrifice something, and the only resemblance it will have to Lord of the Rings is my commanders are from Lord of the Rings. So let's think about how we preserve that. I don't care about flavor at all, actually. It's mostly a big fucking... Mask off 10 minutes in. We get partway through the deck, we're like, yeah, so if you want this deck to really feel like a Lord of the Rings deck, we're gonna have to cut Yawgmoth. I don't give a fuck about flavor. Do you hear me? I want this deck to combo the table within an inch of its fucking life. Don't you ever tell me to cut my prince ever again, you fuck. You maniac. You absolute scoundrel. This is my son and my papa. You stay away. Okay. I just like the boys. I just like the boys. All right, so then stuff that should die if we want this to be a combo deck. Really like all three of these. Unfortunately, I love all of these cards, but if we want this to be like a serious combo deck, all three of these die. Both of these stay. These two Lord of the Rings card die. Farmer Cotton fucking dies. I don't think Provisioner dies, but I do think Tireless Tracker dies. Thousand Moon Smithy gets the fuck up out of here. You can maybe keep Illustrious Wanderglyph if you think he's neat. Aura Shards becomes a tutor yesterday. Obscuring Haze. Lizard goes away. Probably Thraben Charm goes away because we're no longer going to be building up. I was trying to have backup plans. Backup plans in combo decks are what's known as other combos, especially when you're doing aristocrats, because the way aristocrats are going to work is like aristocrats decks can very, very easily separate a lot of their cards into like 3 buckets. You're either in A, B, or C. And A is like I make a thing. B is like I sacrifice a thing. C is like I provide value once you have sacrificed a thing. And you can fill your deck, or varied play patterns is, I guess, more accurate. Also not something you are going to get out of a combo deck. I think that is another, like, we gotta draw lines around the sandbox, and this may be a good opportunity for you to just build 2 decks. This is one of the most common things I recommend to somebody who feels stuck between play patterns like this. What I will promise you right now, you are not going to get a consistently satisfying deck that plays different every game. You can have a deck that will play different every game, derogatory. You can have a deck that will play different every game, and every once in a while will play well in some of the ways that you like. But for the most part, it's going to be a lot of you getting run over, because when you have, if we return to the ABC plan, and we will now abstract this to, this is game plan 1, this is game plan 2, this is game plan 3. You get an opening hand, and let's say you have 4 cards from game plan 1 and 3 cards from game plan 2, you're fucked. You're stone cold fucked. Or let's say you get an opening hand full of cards for game plan 3. We'll say this is a like Cauldron Familiar Infinite, if we think that, if that's one of your like favorite interactions. You get an opening hand that's just stuff from this, and then every card you draw after this is from game plan 1, which is for the I'm going to build a big wide creature army and then kill you with an overrun, and then you get fucked again. And your deck is actually really, really heavy on interaction and preposterously light on card draw. I don't even, do we have any? Did I just miss it? Oh, I did miss it. Okay, we have... Oh, you've lied about it. That's worse. Oh, we might be lying to ourselves as well. So we have like almost no, we have literally nothing that draws us a card by itself. Maybe Braids is the... Oh no, Lauren and Braids are the closest. Everything else requires us to do another thing. Or I guess Tireless Tracker. That's also... We'll say that's unconditional. Like you'll get a land, probably. But everything else, hyper conditional. Some of these conditions are relatively easy to meet. You can be pretty confident that you're going to make 1/1s, and if I'm pretty confident in making 1/1s, I can be pretty confident in playing Skull Clamp. But again, because we have like deck plan 1, deck plan 2, deck plan 3, if you're trying to build a wide army and you draw Yawgmoth, you're like, ah, fuck, I don't have an army anymore. And if you sacrificed your army to Yawgmoth and you draw Orin Frostfang, guess who's not drawing any cards from swinging all their creatures? You. Guess who doesn't have the mana to play things off the top of their deck? You, because you've sacrificed all your fucking boys. And so that's another instance where we just have to refine, what do we want? Have you ever watched New Girl? The hit show? No. All right, you need to. There's a particular scene I'm going to have you watch for homework, and that is where one character, Nick, is talking to another character, Schmidt, and is yelling at him about the idea of adultery and says, "You get one wife! One! You get one wife!" And that is me yelling at you about play patterns. I understand you want, in your heart, I want a deck that can contain 3 different play patterns and can do all of them effectively. You've got to classify that in your mind, file it away with the fairy blowjobs and bags of money. Under things we all want. We all would love. Or perhaps a US government that wasn't trying to kill us. We all want these things. But can we have them? No. No, we cannot. We get the one thing that we do have, which is quite shit. So for this deck, your one wife is your one play pattern. You get to pick one thing. You get to pick one thing that you're going to be really good at. And you can have like a backup plan, but those backup plans have to speak to each other pretty solidly if you're going to rely on them. Right now, we're like fully half and half. Actually, not even half and half. We're like 1/3. Yeah, let me get some big boys. Let me get some big boys. Let me find all my boys. You like boys? Because I like big boys. And then we have another third that's going like, what if I turned my big boys into meat chunks? What if I turned them into USDA Prime ground beef, and then I loaded that beef into a t-shirt cannon and I shot it at you? Wouldn't that be funny? And you're right that it's also funny. And then yet another wolf in your head that also has autism, because all of them do, is going like, what if I was an evil control player? What if, instead of the hobbits having to sneak to Isengard, the hobbits, through a series of grassroots political action, got elected to a bunch of positions of local power in Mordor and subjugated Sauron's government from the inside out? That is also fun. But those 3 things cannot coexist. You can have the main focus is A, and I have a little bit of B. Let's kill control first. Great. So Voice of Victory, there is an argument to keep it in your combo deck as a protection piece. Oh, hell yeah, Mardu. Thank you so much. There's an argument to keep this as a protection piece. Kudo goes away. Elish Norn goes away instantly. Your tutors are solid. We need more of them. Metalbort, thank you, Adrian. Braids can stay. Back for seconds, this is just not high enough card quality, to be frank. Like, this is a bracket 2 card. We can keep War and Soul Trader. I think Obscuring Haze should go away. I think Lizard should go away. I think Touch the Spirit Realm, it's almost modal. But Obscuring Haze, Lizard, Aura Shards, and then cut probably Thraben Charm. And that's what I would do to cut out the control sub-theme. And then after that, we have to look at the big boys sub-theme and pare that back a little bit as well. For the big boys, the Ent and the Trolls going away. I think your buff section goes away. I think Farmer Cotton goes away. I think Thousand Moon Smithy goes away. You can maybe keep Water Tribe Rally, or it's a little bit cute. I don't think Thraben Charm is good enough if we no longer think our board is going to be super wide. I think Thraben Charm is a piece of removal I would have kept in the army deck. It's not a piece of removal I would have kept in the Aristocrats combo deck. We have Peregrine Took. And so then at this point, I got pretty Mary pilled with the artifact ball stuff. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And that's okay. But what I would recommend is like, imagine this with Elven Chorus. We have Seedborn Muse. What about Seedborn Muse at home? And then you, having already cut Nuka-Cola Vending Machine and Pitiless Plunderer, this is your official, you can have those back. Right? If that's the deck you want, that's the deck you should go for. You get to have those back. Other tutors that you would be well suited to have is going to be, so instead of that bracket 2 recursion card you had, you're instead going to play Lively Dirge, because most of your combo pieces as an Aristocrats player are going to come in at 4 mana or less. So this becomes a get something into the grave, and I can recur my own combo pieces. I am going to echo the calls for Sephiroth. Flipping into a Blood Artist emblem is like terribly, terribly good no matter what you do. You can do Kina. I think I want to do... I'm a big fan of Rapacious Guest. Even if you're going to be doing it primarily as a combo deck, this will give you a relatively sizable gun to point at one player whenever they try to remove you. This is like the one of the cards where it looks the most underwhelming on paper, and every time I have seen a Rapacious Guest resolve, it has been a one of the biggest hurdles to dealing with the combo player. Like it becomes, if it stays around for like 1 to 2 turns, it instantly becomes like, oh fuck, if I move to deal with them, I'm gonna get fucked for this. I don't want to do it. And then everybody gets into this big game of chicken that it's actually really easy for you to come out on top of. Let's look at Camellia. I think this would also be a solid one. This means you can go, I make a food with Pippin, make a guy. I sack a food, make another guy. If I sack a guy, what's Iron Throne do? Yeah, that's not bad with 2 commanders. Yeah. 2 life for every artifact and creature, and we're gonna be doing some type of like artifact into creature into artifact. Yeah, I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that. Does that work with food? Yes, it does. Tokens hit the graveyard and then they fizzle. That's why I have Bart and Zealot. Yes, and now we're going to be building around those much more. The new non-legendary. Yeah, but it only does it once. We really don't need to do that. I think you could also do Feral Ghoul. Oh, so the argument is build up. That's not. I wish you all luck. I wish you all a great amount of luck. Don't play this, man. I think Feral Ghoul is. It's possible. It would do worse for bargaining, but it would do more for just outright winning the game. And then let's look at other options of card draw. Okay, is this worth it? We are going to not soft non, but we're going to be missing out on some of the value if we have both of our commanders out, because we are going to, like, if we get a food and a 1/1, hey look, this only triggered one time, who cares? Is it good enough that we get the card even if we only have one commander? Because I think that's an argument for it, right? There's extra value we leave on the table if we have both our commanders out, but if somebody shoots one of our commanders, the other one will continue to draw us cards. I think Second Harvest is probably to win more, because what we're not trying to make a shitload of tokens and then sacrifice them all in one fell swoop. As far as I understand them, aristocrat decks are much more like, I am going to set up a meat reprocessing center and I'm going to go make, sacrifice for value. That value will somehow make me a new thing. And once I have completed this bottom arrow here, I go infinite, and now I am winning. And so we want to combine like... I'm not sure of the quickest route to going like truly infinite in this deck, but I think it would be like you want to combine... I have my commanders out. I have Drum Bellower. I can tap creatures for mana. And then I like make a food, stack the 1/1 or the food that comes in with one of my free sacrifice outlets, and then I just untap and do it all again. We do not have the Eldrazi Angel. Let me look at reprocess. I think you could do this, but I think you're probably better off just running running a more robust tutor package. And then do we have anything else that's going to sack for card draw? Like, what are the... I mean, I hate to say it, but this is the... like, this is the deck now. So we can make infinite foods. Oh god, Devoted Druid Tyam. I don't think we care about anything with Tyam. God, combos suck. Oh, this looks like one that's your speed. Yeah, so this is now what the deck is going to boil down to. And so the deck is going to have stuff like this. The deck would then want to have things like Recruiter of the Guard. And funnily enough, the cute little like ally, where's that Water Tribe Rallier? I think this gets to stay. That's like the main combo here. Yeah, so we just do more of this, and we have more things that support this, and then what can we... So we have like Umbral Collar Zealot can replace what Carrion Feeder is doing. Do we even have... Where is Carrion Feeder? Main combo here, they say, having cut it. Having cut Carrion Feeder from the deck. Wow, who cares? There's no feeder. Well, then you should probably have feeder. Like, that's the... Okay, so this is where you probably went astray. You probably went, okay, combo's fun. I have established the cards in my deck capable of playing the combo. Now I will put a different play pattern in my deck, and I will do both things. And that is where statistics is going to fuck you. Because what you should do, if you like the combos, is we need to have as many pieces of redundancy as we can get. Whether that is stuff like... I'm not really sure we need Dread Return specifically, but whether that is recursion to get our combo pieces back from the graveyard if we fucked up somehow, whether that is other versions of identical effects so that it's easier to draw them, that is what the deck has to be about if you want the deck to be about its business. And so instead of all this stuff that's like, oh, I need to always have a card in my hand that's going to stop you, we need another card in the deck that is going to operate in the way we want. Hardened Tactician. This draws cards. I don't think this is unplayable. It's not a free sack outlet, but a 1-mana sack outlet is really not that bad, and we are probably going to be running around with a lot of extra tokens on our hands. So I could see this guy, because he can come down turn... I mean, if we hit one of our ramp pieces, he comes down turn 2. I don't like Song of Dryads. I don't like a Devoted Druid combo here because we currently don't have many things to do with the infinite mana. We only have one, right? This isn't even Finale of Devastation. Darebrained, I also think Inspiring Statuary is a good card, but I don't think what we have to solve right now is mana access. I think we have to solve card access. I don't think we want to do the 2-card, and Melon, you can step in and stop me if I'm talking bullshit on your name, but I doubt we want to do the 2-card, like Exquisite Blood, Sanguine Bond combo pieces. It sounds like we want to be setting up some type of 3-card food-based synergy. And so that means the other thing we need is the pieces that are going to translate. Oh, hold on. The mic might be fucked up. Let me mute for a second, replug it. Okay, so we do have to move on because I think at this point we're just going to be debating the specifics of individual Aristocrats combo cards, which is not as useful as the broad instruction being you currently have 8 buckets. Your deck is presently A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And you're like, but I love all of my boys in category F. That's true. I love them too. Make a second deck. Make your combo deck, make your ass beater deck, let them live separately in harmony and have totally different play patterns. And when you want to play combos, bring out the combo version. And when you want to play beat 'em up, bring out the beat 'em up version. But right now we're trying to do everything well and we're failing broadly at all of it. We'll do one playtest to see how good it does go. Oh, good, Gilded Goose, we win. Look at that, I have a food, I'm winning. Okay, I get Pippin out turn 2. I get Mary out. I sack this food to tap them and make a food. This also makes me... Sure, I don't know if it's gnomes, but I make a 1/1. And now I have Corpse Knight, which is good. This is part of my infinite combo. Then I also have, what does this do? All right, whatever. It's a land. I won't be too harsh. It's a land. It's fine. But I have a beat 'em up card. I have Court of Calling. I probably want to be getting Samwise, right? I can make 5 mana. So I go get Samwise because he's one of my combo pieces. I've spent all my mana and my foods to do this. I make a food. Can play Orin. Make a food because a non-token thing entered. And then I can swing these death touching guys and hope. Excellent. I have more aristocrats pieces. All right, so I have a way to sacrifice my creatures. I have a way to make somebody lose life when I get a creature. I have a way to make somebody lose life when I put something into the battlefield. But I'm again getting just a little bit stuck because then I have this broad, like, ooh, look at me and all my value. Let's hope that the answer is on top of the deck. It is not. I will not knock you for having one piece of removal in the first 6 turns of the game, but this is an example of, like, we have so many of the pieces. We have so many of the pieces, and we're just not quite getting there. Very good. Maybe we drew more cards. Now we can sack foods to draw a card. We have even more value. But if we hit one more tutor, the game's over. Right? If we hit, like, if we had Recruiter of the Guard, if we had Lively Dirge, if we had, like, right, not even the, like, oh, 1 mana instant speed, I go get the thing I need to win the game. Or even if we had, like, Stargaze is a phenomenally good card. They're getting drained while you do this? Yeah, but not for very much. Like, we can threaten a little bit of damage, but we're threatening, like, 10 damage to the table? Maybe? Oh, you know what is really unfortunate? Birthing Pod is incredibly good for your deck because you can turn one of your creature tokens into Carrion Feeder. So that's what I would do. We have to up the reliability. You have to up the redundancy on these A, B, and C categories, and you have to pick your one play pattern and commit to that. So we're gonna put you. I think this is Squirrel from Ice Age type beat. You got too many hands on too many nuts, Melon. But thank you very much for submitting. I hope this was useful and or entertaining. We're gonna go to the manual ad break. Then, Banano, do you still want to go today? Are you loopy enough that you want to sleep? It's okay to sleep. Or do you still want to go on this day? Alec Man, I did not miss it. I am aware that you are on deck as well. And then I think the only person we have not seen today is Crimson Rose. So Crimson Rose, if you are around, please let me know. Taryn, somebody forgot about surgery and scheduled a roast the same day. It was not, I do not believe it was purposeful. It was 10 minutes into stream, they were like, oh shit, goat, I have surgery today. Okay, loopy mess will make it funnier. Excellent. Then we're going to go manual ad break, Alec Man, LT, Banano, to give Banano a little bit of time to get, like, water and apple juice. Twitch, get ads laser beamed into your skull. I will be back in a moment. I have to go re-upload the short I was posting today. Where did my TikTok thing go? Why did that? Whatever. There we go. Okay. Performing or receiving surgery? Dirty, they were receiving an endoscopy, and I do not know what that is. Oh, sweet kid. Okay, to the bathroom with me. I will be right back. Guys, I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Calls to action work. I did I did a new video today. I did a new video today that was a skit about the recent drama at Worlds, the thing with Seth Manfield. And I was like, I don't know what to caption this on TikTok. It's a skit, man. I'm just a skit. What am I doing? Um and so I captioned like, would you let this slide? Video's doing fine. 80% of the comments are not talking about the thing from Worlds, which was actually important, and they were just talking about the like dumb layup interaction I used. I mean, there was a fair bit of like yeses and nos, but it was more about like the video was 100% about the thing that happened at Worlds and how ridiculous it was that they allowed him to get that take back at Worlds. And just because I did the like, would you let this slide? it has so much more engagement that has nothing to do with the actual like deeper part of the video. Just the like surface level, would you let somebody take back swords to plowsharing Yigra? Because I'm a goddamn fool. Alright, Alec man, you ready? Kittens are ready. Mauled, have you ever implemented a hypergeometric distribution counter to your deck building experience? Is that the thing Snail keeps inviting me to his basement for? I've not tried it yet, but I'm interested. I am interested. More or less, I just finished dinner. Beautiful. Let's get to dessert. Alright, this is also a spooky deck. The goal is simple. Land sack my way to victory. Oh. I am a tranquil mountain. I will not be moved by the vagaries of the Jund player getting value for taking game actions they were going to take anyway. It is their world. I am just living in it. I will not allow my eyebrows to twitch when I see something that allows him to play multiple land drops a turn. And I will not freak out when I see landfall effects in this deck that unnecessarily fluff this man for doing the best game action you can. Amen. Let's see what you've built, Alec. Oh god, it's the good precon. Oh no. Thank you for updating the tag scheme. Thank you for updating the tag scheme. Bad cards with synergy. Would you sacrifice a land, make a tapped copy if there are 7 or more lands in your graveyard? Otherwise, make a 1/1. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you tagged this way. Greater Gargadon. 10 mana, 9/7. So spend 10 for 1 red, but I can sack a land to take a time counter off it. Beautiful. Is this bracket 2 or 3? I would, sight unseen, I would believe bracket 3. Hearth Hole is incredibly good. Hearth Hole is very strong. Below rate cards with sin. This is killing me. This is fucking. The all cap synergy is fucking. Alright, Rain of Fill. Sack a land, add a black. Okay, very cute. House Cartographer. If tapped, reveal until you reveal a land. Put it. Oh my god, put into hand. Baby bear. Oh. Oh, I'm not. I told people if you tagged them bad cards, I would let them slide, and I'm about to break. I'm about to be an oath breaker, dude. Hand. Tell me when I'm done. Tell me when I'm done. Okay, Nahiri's lithoforming. Okay, sure. I can see this one. On when become tap, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, you may reveal. This land to hand shit, bro. I can't. These are actually this synergy is beautiful. Like I get why it works, right? Because normally you play these cards, you cannot use them because you would have to swing them. But we have a spaceship, so we can station it. So it is safe to tap them. But watching like the excellent Jund land drain commander be like, oh fuck yeah, traveling botanist time. It's like watching Usain Bolt pull up next to you on the Y treadmill and be like, yeah bro, now that I don't compete anymore, I'm taking a shitload of PEDs, but don't worry, I'm gonna run with a funny limp, you'll be fine. And then he just blows you out of the fucking track anyway. It's just so Alright, World Soul's Rage. Ooh, hand and or graveyard tap. That's actually a pretty good mana dump. Sure. Sure. Okay. Believe in all of these. These are definitely, this is definitely, oh my god, finally, a commander that's so good, I can play these like I can play this hoo ass card and not feel bad about it. Blame Veggie. Oh my lord. He's wrong for this one, but he's right for this one. That's all I'll say about that. Burn. Yeah, you tell him, buddy. You tell him, buddy. I like Jury. I like that you get to have a board presence. I like that you have a big guy who can potentially restation your commander instantly when it's rightfully murdered. Mayhem Devil is just unfortunately gas. Unfortunately gas. I think same goes for Valakut and Ob Nixilis. Just like, regretfully, these cards bang. Cards that pass the bar, hopefully. I like... Alec Man. Where's the bar? Where's... Hey, that works. I guess it's instant. Does... Oh, and we have Harrow and Roy. Okay. Okay. You know what? You have all of these? That's all right. I will say this passes the bar. We love instant speed land sack. Okay, when land cards are put into your graveyard, make a 0/1, sack 3 creatures, return land from graveyard. The Reanimate, man. Ooh. I would classify this guy in like pet card that has synergy that I wanted to make work because like I really don't. Let's compare this to, and it's going to be a little bit off theme, which should just highlight the point that this is a hee-hee-hoo-hoo pet card. We have a fair bit of replaying lands from our graveyard going on. Like, let's just compare me making the 0/1s that I turned into land rehandimation to what Insidious Roots would do if I just did like Crucible of Worlds. So now looking at this, deal or no deal, I'm locking in this is bracket 2. If this is where the bar is, this is 100% a synergy first bracket 2 deck. Roots is creature cards only. Mango, Snippy Snippy. Mango, Snippy Snippy Snippy. Don't put that in the video, Mango. I never got anything wrong. Listen guys, you're gonna have to get real comfortable with me not reading green cards. Regardless, this is still a relatively low power payoff, and so if this is Titania is really fucking good though. Yeesh. Sure, land to battlefield tapped once a turn. Yeah, alright. Yeah, these are all alright. This does make me really believe in... These all make me really believe in this is meant to be a synergy heavy bracket 2 deck that is meant to... Can't scare me like that, man. You can't. You can't scare me like that, man. Literally precon card. Listen, when they put a good card in a precon, that doesn't make it a bad card magically. That doesn't make it magically a bad card. It's not his fault Corvold's in the precon. I can forgive his inclusion for that. But we can't be like... Because like half the time, people get excited for precons when they have good cards in them. We can't be like... Next time I go infinite on one of you fucks, I'm going to be like, precon card, why are you worried? Why are you tweaking, bro? It's a precon card. Fuck is wrong with you? Why are you so worked up over such a normal and low power? They put it in a precon, dude. Oh yeah, smothering tithe. That's gonna be my new rage bait. I'm just gonna go precon card every time somebody's like, that card's way too powerful. Precon card, man. What are you talking about? You fucking liar. Okay, so we want some counters, we want some value. This is like the first really over-the-top windmill slam card. Decent cards with synergy. True, real and true. Finisher. I'm not wildly confident in this. I've yet to see a way for you to get a wide board that convinces me. Crimson, you have not missed it. I've yet to see, a board that can... We'll see in the playtest. Maybe you have some token makers that I've been sleeping on. But unless we are playing these two together, or we have had a Corvold, Obnixilis, Jury, like if one of these four, or maybe Titania. So maybe if one of these 5 cards has been allowed to like run roughshod over the table, then I believe in Morag. Ooh! Oh! Yeah, good cards are in fact good. Well, okay. You know, sometimes you say stuff, and then when you say it, you mean that you're actually a liar. Mediocre cards with synergy. Okay, when we sack a non-token permanent, make a spawn. Real and true. When you sack a land, make a 4/4. Real and... That's actually kind of hot for this. That's kind of hot. On attack, you and defending player each discard a card or sack a permanent. You draw a card for each land card put into a graveyard this way. Real and true. Precon card. Nefarious card touchery. Ooh, big rampies. Oh my god, 25. That's what I'm talking about. And we got life from the loam. Reasonable, reasonable. Okay, let's see how this plays. I like this. I think this is relatively well built. My biggest fear is that it does not look like it has... It does not look very explosive. It looks like it has some inevitability, but it looks like that inevitability is, I need you to let me keep 3 to 4 permanents for 4 or more turns. Yeah, this is a good card. Right, how are we closing the game? It looks primarily to be... We have ways. Let's not pretend like we can't do it. Because if we have Hearthhole Crude, Pitiless Carnage, sack all my lands. If we don't have Hearthhole Crude, Titania, Protector of Argoth, over the course of like 2 to 3 turns, we'll make a lethal board. Corvold, Obnixilis, Famished Worldsire will do it very, very quickly. The lack of Scape Shift is part of what makes me think this is meant to be bracket 2. So let's see, we get Proving Ground, House Cartographer, Swing House Cartographer. Turn 3. This wouldn't fly in a draft game, but thankfully Commander is lower power than limited. And so you get to swing your 2/2 on turn 3. Boom. Cabaret Courtyard. Straight to hand, baby. Bag them the fuck up. Play this. I pay a life for it. I have a hatch counter on this. Station. Ooh, Cinder Glade! We are unstoppable, and I have to discard the hand size. I don't know, man. Gitrog, I've seen enough of you. I don't care. So we go braids. Brood ship. Crew the brood ship with braids. I don't get any benefit for sacrificing a land yet. So I guess I just play this to get the tapped land out of the way. Crew this guy. Oh, no. There is a reason to play. All right, pretend that's a basic. So the reason to play Cinderglade is we would station this up enough to pay 1 and tap and then sack a mountain to draw 2 and then play the extra land. There was a reason. There was a reason. And then, oh, look at that. Canyon slow to hand. House cartographer. This guy's actually kind of winning me over. I hate it a little bit. Like I don't I don't want him to be. That's true. That's true, Alec, man. I'm gonna play test this like you're at the World Championship, so we can take back anything bad that happens and do the good thing instead. I don't think I need to sack anything to braids. So this comes in tapped. Station my guy. Bam, land to hand. I'm so fucking crazy. Move to bottom. 1 mana, sack this, draw 2. Land drop. And I guess I can see if this does anything. So I'd already have a 0/1 here. Land. I get a mountain. This would be 6. I think I fully station Hearthhole. So now when I sack a land, everybody loses 2 life. Station it up. Bam, straight to hand. Land drop for turn. How many do I have? I have 8. And each represents 2 damage. So I can do Bantu. I think what is... It's working okay, I guess. And I may be brain poisoned because I've seen the Hearthhole precon. When the Hearthhole precon rips pretty hard. I think what I don't like is... This may just be a me thing. The threat profile is not deeply satisfying to me because the threat profile is game actions, but nothing I really do matters. And then I'm holding in my hand the gun that threatens 1,000,000 damage. And it's never really been like the sauce that I would want with Hearthhole, and this is again subjective, but to make it feel like a land sack deck instead of just a like lands value deck is more things to do with like splendid reclamation. I don't think you could actually make it work with this. Like, I don't think aggressive mining would actually work unless we were a super hardcore aristocrats deck, because we would need a way to get rid of this at some point. But what this deck currently feels like to me is a landfall deck that has regular access to Crucible of Worlds, or not even regular access to Crucible of Worlds. It feels like a powered down landfall deck that always has a land taped to the inside of its butt cheek. I think the strongest thing you have done here is you have made it very, very reliable that I'm gonna have the lands to replay to make up for the fact that I'm sacrificing lands, right? Because I've dumped all these into the graveyard. But House Cartographer actually kind of doing that work. Actually doing that work a little bit. I'm sorry I spoke ill of his name. But then after that, like, we play a really good card. We draw a shitload of lands. But we're just waiting. We're just waiting for God Eternal Bantu to get here. Or we're just waiting for Hearthhole to be crude, and then it's like, all right, Hearthhole Bantu. Maybe that's what's unsatisfying to me, is in a deck that looks like it is built to celebrate all of these really bad cards, the win condition is waiting for effectively a 2-card combo. It has the Emperor of Palamecia problem, where you go like, oh my god, this guy's like so cool. I get to cast so many like dope spells. I get to do so much wild shit, and then I get to turn them over, and oh, then the only spell in my deck that matters is Traumatize. And I don't think that's a failure of deck building. I think you've built it well, and I think you've done I'm so happy I didn't see Scute Swarm in this list. Oh my word. I cannot even begin to tell you. I love that I didn't see Scute Swarm. I love that I didn't see Avenger of Zendikar. I'm trying to think of what we can do to make it feel either more aggressive, or like that build-up is just a little bit more swaggy. Hugs. Hugs is okay. You're going to hell for this, dog. O'Garden, get out of here. Get thee hence, O'Garden. You can't just be in here. Have you thought about Agent Orange? Savotender? Yeah, we don't need Savotender. Let's look at Earthbending. I think that's a place. Thanks. I wanted land sack to be at the forefront, so I tried avoiding as much basic landfall as possible, usually by focusing on cards that care about sacrificing permanents. Yeah, and I like that. I like the energy that you're bringing to it. I just think the threat profile needs a little bit of work. Oh, yeah, hold on. Okay, at least one. How about this, dog? Earthbending's too easy. It makes this deck a layup and not jank. We scrolled past the Gitrog Monster and Corvold to get here. What you think going on, bro? Nothing that involves lands in Magic the Gathering is ever going to be jank. You can be theme-pilled. You can be lower power. You are never jank. The moment you're like, yeah, I'm playing extra lands from the blank, You are doing something hot. I think we could squander some resources if we find more ways to do. If we find more good ways to earthbend, I think squandered resources gets pretty tight. Could Dai Li agents do anything? We're not doing allies. Oh, I'm so torn. I'm so torn because this card is perfect for the deck. It is, and the artist, we do have proof that the artist actually did this. So this is not AI art, but it is real art made by somebody who is super pro AI and has a startup dedicated towards AI, like completely AI made video games. So I despise the idea of celebrating anything they've done. But I do think the effect on this card is like everything you want. Because earthbending, this is like one of the only repeatable sources of earthbending in the entire that has come out yet. Like it is Nyatov and it is Grultov. Uh but like goddamn, Earthbend 1, sack that land, hits my graveyard, comes out of my graveyard, I get it back, I draw 2 cards. Like that is yeah, so I think I would recommend, I'm going to officially recommend get a get a dope alt art of this cuz this effect would be wild for you. I think this is something that I could probably see as being better than Turn Timber Sower because Toph is going to make you blockers and it is going to play very, very, very well with this land sack thing you want to do. So how do we... I guess, Alec, in your mind's eye, how does this deck win? Like, what do you want the big turn to look like? Because we always want to... Like, you've built this good. I personally want to see a little bit more Razzmatazz. But I think it's up to you where we want to put the Razzmatazz. I don't think we have specific lands. I think we've tried to avoid doing like lands combo or landfall combo. Yeah, so we're not doing like Field of the Dead. We're playing normal lands. Damn, that's crazy. Bro has the slow fetches. I had a deck that I played these in. It took me 3 games before I gave up on them forever. Power to you, Alec, man. Power to you, dog. Oh, Rocky Tar Pit, my beloved. It's really good, and maybe we don't have to change it. Let me give it another playtest, because that house cartographer shit just makes me happy. I don't think we keep this hand. I don't think we keep this hand either. Okay, here's another little idiot. Land pass. Land pass. I get what, a mountain? Yeah, I get a mountain. Land. Oh, we do have Splendid Wreck. Okay, great. We go probably evened. Oh no, we can get our commander out, so it's probably Mayhem Devil. I Carplus on them. I'm paying a lot of life to do this. I immediately crew it up. That's a good question. I've thought about it because TBH, this was born from more or less the same place the Chico and Narset came from, which is I want to build around this archetype because I think it's neat and cool. The closest thing I could think of was Hearthhole Pings, but I know with my whole being that it isn't so much the big turn and is more, I guess this is my win con because I can't think of anything else. Hope that helps. Okay, so we like, so it's the house cartographers thing, right? That's the joy, is the play pattern of being able to do that and have that be valuable and good. We are not running Scape Shift. And I do think that if we want it to feel like it has a little bit more pop, things like Hue the Entwood and Scape Shift are going to be where we go for pop. But it doesn't sound like we want the big turn because we're not looking for the overhand dunk. What we want, where we are deriving our joy, we are extracting dopamine from tapping House Cartographer. We already run Zurin Orb and Sylvan Safekeeper. What's the difference? The difference is Hue the Entwood does a big exciting thing other than I give my commander Shroud 27 times. That's the big difference. Is Hue the Entwood would be, Hue the Entwood is the like bracket 2. It is the like turn that you make the content creator clip out of, where somebody's like, I'm gonna tap 5 mana and try to win this game. Versus Zurin Orb is like, oh no, I meant they're both very strong. Yeah. I think this has big dopamine potential. What else? I want more plays that make me feel like I'm progressing the game state and not dirtling my way to the Bantu 2-card combo. That helps a lot. Yes. Let me think for a second. I'm trying to think of. We don't want Gruul Omnath because we don't want to go landfall. Because this is just. This is just me landfall, me kill you. I do think Hue the Entwoods is a good. Can we get any interesting artifacts out? I doubt it. We only have 6 in the deck. Could we? Let's see. We can't do Crappy Hoof. There's nothing going on with Crappy Hoof. What's wrong with killing people? Nothing's wrong with killing people, but the killing people part of this deck is perfunctory. Like, the killing people part of this deck is, I don't think what, or the killing people part of really many decks is, I don't think what people ask me for help for. Particularly at the power levels that I talk the most about. Like, I think it is, how do I craft this deck that I can very reliably bring to my LGS or bring to my friend's house for game night, and I know I'm going to have a good time. Capital G, capital T, good time. I'm going to enjoy myself, and not everybody else has to love it, but I'm not going to fuck up the vibes. I think other Gitrog is a little more landfall-y. Okay, so let's go one step at a time, because I've been dragging my feet today. I think Hugh the Entwood is a good moderate tier play. I think the biggest problem with Hugh the Entwood is that we do not have many artifacts that we can hit, but I do not think it makes it unusable. I think Tectonic Split is very funny and gives you the mana to do quite a lot of things. I would recommend Tectonic Split over Squandered Resources. Oh, Voice of Madness, you beautiful bitch. Is this good? No. Would you be one of the first people to utilize the activated ability of this card? Oh, it's in the precon? Never mind. Kill me. They beat me to it. Gavin beat me to it. That piece of shit. I hate him. I hate him. God damn it. I hate precons, man. Okay, but this is the... I presume you've already looked through Sacrifice a Land. I'm just going to do it to see if anything, like, piques my interest. We have Baloth Prime. We don't have Lumra, which is interesting to me, because we do have some, like, good cards that are good. So what's the line on Lumra? Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. I think these are just good cards are good. This is sack a creature, not a land. Earthquake Dragon. Oh, monetary? Okay. I don't think he's so good that you have to break your wallet for him. There's no way I'm about to recommend this, but like... I'll be fucked if this isn't doing kind of exactly what you want. Because it cares about sacrificing any permanent. You can sack a land for more card draw. It will act as a removal spell in a pinch. And it is something you can put on the board that says, I am increasing the temperature. I am increasing the temperature of this game. I am putting pressure on you to come get me. And if you don't, you can see how I'm going to win. Because we're going to be a couple turns out from the emblem, and then the emblem can give us a different way to close out games that we haven't drawn into our like Bontus or Pitiless Carnage. God, I think I'm actually going to recommend that Planeswalker. This is nothing. You just wanted me to look at the horny art. This is creatures. We have Orcish Lumberjack. Elikman is on that. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's look at. I mean, Vraska's $3. Oh, smallpox is evil, actually. All right, what if we just copied smallpox as many ways as possible? What if we just role played fucking shitty conquistadors and then we killed ourselves at the table? Yeah, we ain't doing that. Ooh, what about this guy? Look how terrible this guy is. He's 6 pennies. They don't even make the money to buy this guy anymore. Twittery Doc 3, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. He's also in the pre-con. I'm gonna fucking spit, man. Fuck, god damn it. Non-land permanent, 2 life, who cares? God, Cavaron is so bad. It's so bad, though. Little Mix Doom, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. How do you feel about the people shaming others for proxying because the economy is choking out all the LGSs at the moment? I think that is misplaced yet justified anger towards the economy. Yeah. Hold on. We can talk more about that in the 5-minute vamp timer. Because I'm trying to find something spicy for this. Because I agree that I don't want us to go into landfall. I don't want us to go into like random good cards. Good way to get kicked out of your pod. This is Landers, which I will not let you do. Feel like this was probably in the pre-con. I think this is probably going to lead us towards a higher power deck than we want, because this would behoove us to have some type of land-based combo in the deck that I don't think we want to have. We talked about Tectonic Split. I mean, what would be truly evil is cards like Tectonic Break. So it may be that the sauce we have for this deck does not pair with the power level we have to play at, or we want to play at. Because a lot of the ways we could break parity with this deck is be like, hey, guess what, fuckos? We're all sacrificing 5 lands right now. Isn't that so terrible? Oh, look, I'm just gonna play mine out of the graveyard real quick. Jacob, thank you very much for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Do you know Magetta the Lion? I know that I've looked at them before, but I have not done... All right, you child. Thank you for the 5. Yes, I remember this man. Ooh, could we do Babala Saga? I don't think we can because we need card types. Because we end up needing to sacrifice too much stuff that we can't get back. The keys are both in the deck. It's not too good. It's that we don't have, like, our lands are just lands, and so we don't have a creature and an artifact or an enchantment or another fucking thing that we can sack to get going here. That's a thought, actually. I don't think it's a good thought, but there was a brief moment where I was like, yeah, Kamal can do it. We have Nahiri's lithoforming. I do think Eudora would be pretty good. It would be good to let us, like, chump block more. Okay, but I think my final recommendations, it's going to be limited to a fucking planeswalker, Hugh the Entwood, and Gruul Toph. Because I think Earthbending would be really good for you. Oh, and also Tectonic Split. The only other thing worth considering that I don't really think is, like, necessary is you could do Avatar Kyoshi if you just wanted to have another big ass beater. Hard cuts. The first thing I would cut is Turn Timber Sower to experiment with any of these other cards. After that, I would say probably Skittering Precursor. Life from the Loam, not because it's not good, but because I believe in your card draw enough that I think the deck can hold together without it to try to. So I wanna. This is a replace the responsible card with the funny time card because I think the deck is more than responsible enough as it is. I think Sakura Tribe Elder could probably go along the same vein, mainly because, like, he is ramp. I did not see many ways for us to get creatures back. I'm not saying it's impossible. I know we have Exploration Broodship. I just don't think we have many. We have Broodship, we have Conduit, and that's basically it. Uh... And the rest of these, I think, are so close together. I would just cut based on, like, what puts you in the worst mood the most recently. Like, what card did you draw in a game and you were like, oh. And it's okay if you're biased. It's okay if you put the card back in, but those are where I'd get your other two cuts from. So, Ellerman, thank you very much for submitting. This is a very good deck. I think we're peak in a very different way than the other one. I don't think we're totally there because we lack that last little bit of oomph. But I do think this is a very good rendition of, like, how do I make a land sack deck? How do I pull out some really, really shitty cards? And how do I still participate in the Commander game? So thank you very much for submitting. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then Banano and Crimson Rose, please give me proof of life and we will decide between the two of you for who goes next. I'm going to go use the bathroom after I laser beam ads into your head. Banano is here, Rose is here. Banano, I think you've been back and recovering a little bit longer, so Rose, if it's okay with you, we will have Banano go first and then finish off with you. Yeah, 5-minute vamp timer. Thank you, Charmander. Okay, Banano. You're back from your endoscopy, but it is time for your colonoscopy. The economy and proxying, right? We have 2 minutes to talk about this. So, let's pull up a slide for the topic. Oh my god, what the fuck? I am so sorry. Even my cats are upset now. I'm sorry, baby. I know, don't run. He loves you. Oh, all right. Anyway, should you, or really, what do I think about the people who shame others for proxying when their local game store is feeling pinched by the economy? Isn't that like rude, hurtful to the owner, whatever, whatever, whatever? Here's why I think it's misplaced, because I don't think those people are also arguing against buying from TCG Player. I have seen people make the argument you shouldn't proxy, you need to support your LGS, you need to support the economy where you live. And then when I made a short about how TCG Player was union busting and how you should look into purchasing, or you should look at your own purchasing behavior as a consumer and consider if TCG Player is the right place to buy from, if you want to buy for Card Kingdom, who has their own dubious history with unions, etc., etc., etc. And the comments were littered with, okay, well, I'm going to buy from TCG Player because it's cheaper. I'm not saying all those people are bad people, but I'm saying that I do not believe that this is a moral issue that the people. Thank you so much, baby. Hi. I do not believe that this is a moral stance that the people holding are enforcing regularly. I actually think if they are enforcing it across the board and they're saying, if they are making the argument of, oh, you are coming and using this LGS's space, you should support the LGS financially if you can, I think that's a reasonable argument to make. I think saying, obviously you would only own, I don't know, imagine Avatar Kyoshi's $50. You should only own this $50 card if you bought it from Greg. That's kind of bullshit. You can support your LGS and proxy, right? I might be in a financial position to support my LGS, not to the tune of an underground sea, but I think that connects to a larger discussion about, is it reasonable, or is it, like, to what level should business owners enforce, you can't come here and use the space unless you are supporting us financially? I think that is shitty, and I can understand the economic pressures of today pushing somebody to feel like they had to do that. I always buy some packs when I play my proxy decks on my LGS. Yeah, then they can fucking shove it. That person's just fucking mad that you're using good cards. That person's mad at you for not holding back your joy in the way they do. Yeah, like the people who think it is so simple as all of the theoretical value of cards that you proxy are cards that you would have bought from your store anyway, I think don't understand basic economics. I firmly believe that proxying is a net positive financial investment for Wizards of the Coast. Both from, and I'm going to hit you with the fucking anecdote gun, but both the money I've spent on Magic and the money every single person I know has spent on Magic is higher because of proxying than it is lower. Because proxying has every time been the first one is free. Across the board. I have a friend, proxies all of their decks, popped a message in the Discord the other day, was like, guys, I treated myself, and it was 5 fucking boxes of booster product. Do you think that money gets spent if that person is not absolutely hooked on Commander because of all of the free Commander they can play? Because I don't. Because they weren't. We never got any of those pictures from that motherfucker when they were like, I don't want to play Commander, it's expensive. And yet, in the people I know online the people I know in real life, all of them who proxy end up spending more money on this game because they proxy than not. And so I find the argument just completely facetious and wrong. Okay. LT Banano. Let's get it going. What have you sent in? Spooky deck. The deck aims to use the worst Eldrazi you've ever seen to try to win the game. The deck is closer to an Aristocrats deck than an actual Eldrazi deck. I love balls, durs, and gates. Did you? No. Where's Maze's End? Did you actually? You did. I don't know how you fuck up being a tentacle monster so bad that you have to go get a realtor's license, but like, all right, man. These are Eldra. Bro said, I'm gonna use the worst Eldrazi you've seen in your life, and then shows me the $45 Commander Kindred staple. Now, is it next to 3 of the worst cards I've seen in my life? Yes, but you've got to stop moneyballing the vibe. Stop trying to build the vibe in aggregate. Wait, did I see a tag name? I love men. Why is that? What? I need you all to sleep before you build these commander decks, man. I need you to get... Oh, talisman. Okay. Never mind. We're good. I like that. I also love men. Perfect. What's the... Every time I sit down, I have to swear I'm in fact not playing the Eldrazi Titans with his busted commander. I bask in the glory of draft chaff commons and uncommons of every Eldrazi set. With my mana base being constrained to the worst and best mana fixing available on a budget, the other win con is there as a last resort when we're 2 hours deep into a game. So that's Maze's End. A not lose con. That's trapping people in prison. Grave Pact, bro. Just because it's a draft uncommon doesn't make it not Grave Pact, okay? We got to get that clear right now. This guy, sure, not lose. He hit hard. Card draw. Stone cold, best Aristocrats card draw in the game. Good. Gates. Beautiful. Group hug card draw. Yeah, there's the need for a 2-hour no win con in sight Maze's End play. I just don't know how we got there. Okay, on upkeep, sack something. Whenever you sack a creature, draw a card. I can see this one. This is a rare, so you are a liar. Feed my endless family. Alright, so we have ramp. Colorless spells cost 1 less. When you cast this spell and when Eldrazi Repurposer dies, make a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn creature token. That's really bad. Wow. Okay, on upkeep, make a Scion. Make 5 Eldrazi spawns. End step, re-handmate something, and then make 2 Eldrazi Scions. Okay. Fuck Rhystic Study. I agree. Gimme a man after midnight. Okay, so we get to steal some stuff. We get to amalgamate some stuff. Dope. The thought process is play a few great cards so I can play the terrible cards that I like, and I wholeheartedly agree. I actually disagree with that. Because I think when you play, I think what ends up happening is the great cards take the wind out of the sails of the terrible cards. I'm very, very down for playing terrible cards, but you have to manage it. And I don't think the good cards we're playing are all that good. Like, I don't think the vibe is fucked here. But I think in general, the idea of like, oh, What if I played like all this dog shit? Oh shit, I like it's the same thought process that leads to somebody being like, here's my theme deck. I put Exquisite Blood and Sanguine Bond in here because I needed to be able to win. And I don't like that. I think it's a microcosm of that. So I'm always on the lookout for it. Horribly awry. Counter 4 CMC or less. Dog, this could be a land. This could be a whole land. All right, we do have a little bit of removal. Good for you. Win cons. See, this is where I don't like it. This is where I don't like it. This is where I get unhappy. You see, because we spend 90 minutes waggling our ass at the table being like, look at all these really, really bad and no good and bad Eldrazi. And then the game ends by us going like, as it turns out, token drain. Pretty good. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that shit. Like, you know, like let me shop you a different type of greedy card I would play for this. And the regulars are going to know what I'm reaching for instantly. But whenever I'm like, how do I want to play with bad cards. How do I make the bad cards good? The way to make the bad cards good is not to play a better card that leverages them. The way to make the bad cards good is to have 18,000 of them. I don't know if you've ever played a draft game, but the person with more creatures generally wins. And so if I want a deck that's going to celebrate Writhing Chrysalis, I want 5 of the bitches. And you had this thought for a moment with Helm of the Host. I want more of that. Yeah, but Extravagant doesn't help if all my creatures are cast triggers. You are thinking far too small. If you make an extra Writhing Chrysalis every turn, and then you cast this one time, how many counters do you get on your Writhing Chrysalises? If you make an extra Spawn Bed Protector who triggers on your end step every turn, how many do you get? If you get an extra Snapping Voidcraw who can pay into card draw, what could happen for you? This is an enters trigger. This is an upkeep trigger. This is an upkeep trigger. This is a totally unrelated guy. The Helm is there to make a... I feel like you're missing the forest for the trees with my point. It's the... I think it's more along the lines of like, if you tell me, yeah, you don't understand the type of Eldrazi game plan I'm playing, and then you drop a bunch of 0/1s on the field with Impact Tremors on board, I'm like, I might have. I think I might have understood what your game plan was. Even though you would expect it more with something like Azlask than with like Ulalek for sure. You are undercutting people's expectations because people expect the really big Eldrazi with Ulalek. But like when it comes down to when the point of your deck is I wish to subvert somebody's expectation, that is a very fragile game plan that can come apart really quickly the moment you lay down an unrelated staple. Like the moment, this is a very funny deck. I think this deck is chock full of draft chaff. And it is a horribly bad deck that you probably have a very good time with. And the first time you like lay down Glaring Fleshraker and Mirkwood Bats, I walk away from that Commander game going, yeah, today I got to play a game with Tim, the fuck-ass liar. Today I got to play a Commander game with this with this fibber, with this absolute scoundrel who told me they were playing a different kind of Eldrazi deck and then just dropped a bunch of fucking good cards on the table. Like, let's see how it actually goes down right now. Oh hell yeah, Maze's End and lands. You know what? I'm making you do it. This is how it goes down. I love gates. This enters tapped and we have nothing to untap it with. Beautiful. I reveal my hand. I reveal my hand. I play Ulalek. Yeah, I play Ulalek. This is gonna make sense. Hold on. So I have 6 mana now. I can make black. This is so dumb. I activate Maze's End. No, I don't have the... No, I do have the mana. I do have the mana. I cast Nameless Inversion. I remove a counter from Cryptic Trilobite to float colorless to copy their abilities. To copy all activated and triggered abilities. And I get to search for 2 gates instead of 1. Call me Link, the way I'm the hero of time and shit. So it is turn 7. We have no board state to speak of. Oh, I think, do we have Gond? Yeah. All right. Fuck Boros Guildgate. We get Gond Gate and Baldur's Gate. We play this. This is not Eldrazi. We can play this. We can look for another gate. All right. I get me an untapped gate. Play Maze's End again. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make 5 mana. Tap. Gate. Bounce to hand. I don't have another way to replay this. And this is like the better thing to do. So. Problems. Maze's End does still come in tapped. I always think Maze's End is a gate because I don't play Maze's End deck, so we don't even get the Golgari Guild gate. And we have like 1 terrible Eldrazi to play, but it's turn 7 and what is assuredly a bracket 1 commander game. So I think my current assessment of the deck is our bad games and our good games. Our bad games and our good games are too far apart and the deck is too unfocused, and we have broken our own rules in places that are antithetical to what the bit is. Because if the bit is, I am going to play the stone cold worst Eldrazi you have ever seen, at the end of the day, those are still creatures, and we should probably be playing into, I am going to have an army of creatures and an army of Eldrazi, and that army of Eldrazi is going to beat you to death. And instead, what we have done is we've committed a lot of cards to this gate ramp plan. We've committed a number of cards to this aristocrats plan, and I think the end result is we do quite a lot of nothing. Can I 7? No, I have 6 mana. So Path of Annihilation. I think these are spawns, not scions that I make, but you know, whatever. Who's counting? So I can tap out to play Hideous Taskmaster, who's quite bad, but this is the point of the deck. I've ramped into Giga Dogshit Eldrazi. They sack for colorless, but they also tap for 1 mana of any color because of Path of Annihilation. So we could hit somebody big style. Maybe we do Ulalek to like double it up. And then instead we do it on turn 6. Because I do think we have enough mana. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we do have enough to do it and then copy the trigger. And then Mirkwood Bats is just over in the cuck chair. And then turn 7, what else do we do? I guess we Kozilek's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Or we can cast this. So on cast, I think we pay 2. That's fun. Woo! So I think that's what the deck wants to do. And I think the fact that all of our lands come in tapped and we're playing all this gate shit and we're playing quite possibly the worst interaction section I have seen in my life. I think that is a distraction from what we should be focusing on, which is how do we do this even harder? Because I'm thinking about like, well, what do I add cut for the Eldrazi plan that doesn't immediately make the deck a huge problem? Right, that's the pivotal question. Like, that's a difficult thing to do. And so my immediate thoughts would be, what can I do to reuse my good cast triggers? Yeah, we're going to keep it pseudo bad for sure. Ooh, airbending is a thought. Ooh, hold on. What about a small bald child? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We can airbend the shitty Eldrazi. So we have 4 mana. I think your deck is actually the deck airbending was made for, because we have the worst fucking Eldrazi ever. We have things that care about casting a creature spell with mana value 7 or greater. Yeah, so how can we repeatably do this? I think there's something here. Hold on. There's something here for sure. This is the way. We get any. So Airbender's Reversal. This becomes, it's an uncommon shitty interaction. I get my creature back. This would probably be the most unreasonable thing you could do. Oh yeah, you could do some sort of like dumbass zero cost monkeyazzo da 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 da. I don't think you have to do that for this to work. I think this can genuinely work. Okay, so I'm a believer in Yang Chen, in Appa Loyal Sky Bison, in Airbending Lesson. I'm not gonna make you play rares, but you could. Appa Steadfast Guardian would really not be bad. So I think that's one direction you take it. And I think that is how you try to introduce cookery into the deck. And you go like, yeah, hey, that shitty Eldrazi you saw, what if it happened again? What if it happened a second time even? What if disaster struck? And that allows you to not play things like fucking horribly awry. Thanks, I legit forgot airbending was good for this deck, NGL. I mean, it's new. It's reasonable. Can you do manifest from graveyard stuff? I don't think that's gonna do it. I don't think that's gonna do it for us. So I think we do airbending and then now this one's a little bit weird because like good card. But this is the other version. This is the other thing version of what you can do is self bounce. Oh shit, avatar cards hitting you again. Hold on. What if the Eldrazi was a boomerang, bro? They can shapeshift. Yeah, standard all-star boomerang basics. It's interaction. Don't boo me. I'm right. Don't fucking boo me. Already $2. Oh, and yeah, and you can take back casting this card at any moment. Yeah, I think that's what you do. I think you play some cards that are like low key good, and we seek to reuse the playable Eldrazi. And I won't make you do all the fucking weirdo clones. Oh my god, the iceberg. Hold on. No, 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 because we have to cast it. We have to cast it. We don't just want to flicker. A lot of the good ones we are hoping to reuse a cast trigger. Fucking chain of vapor. I don't think you can get away with chain of vapor. I don't know if we can pass the CEDH staple chain of vapor into your shitty draft Eldrazi deck, but my god, do I want to see you try. You could do Runaway together. Fucking unsummon coming in clutch. I don't think we want something a little bit. Ooh, hold on. Let me holler at you for a moment. So, why is this so... Oh, it's from fucking Tempest, I guess. Uncommon. Returns any of the permanents you want, and if you shit out a ton of ramp with, like, Eldrazi Scions, you can just buy back this. Go, fuck it, give me my guy again. Fuck it, give me my guy again. Fuck it, give me my guy again. I don't think we're doing a Savine's Reclamation angle. Holy fuck, Crystal Shard, brother. Brother, think about it. I need you to consider. It's 74 cents. I need you to consider how fucking bad this card is. And yet, dude. One mana, reuse all your Eldrazi. Okay, and then we go Dowerport Mage. Bro, this is it. This is it. Yeah, yeah, and if anybody ever taps out, too. If anybody taps out, uh-oh. 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 So we could do Erratic Portal as well. I don't think we need all this many copies of it, but I think I'm going to firmly recommend, please do this. Please, God, do this. I think this has good Riz. I don't think this is anywhere near playable in its current state, although I think the premise is hilarious. I demand that you online make an attempt at doing self-bounce airbend. And let's just see. Let's just see what happens. Oh yeah, Paradoxical Outcome could also do it. I think airbending will help more than self-bounce, but I think both are good. So Banano, thank you very much for submitting. I hope this helped. We're going to the manual ad break, and then it's Crimson Rose's time. God, I really want Crystal Shard. I might... No, I'm... Sorry, man. When the YouTube video drops, I'll credit you, alright? I'm gonna eat the grilled cheese he made me. I'll be right back. I'll credit you when the video drops. Okay, Crimson Rose. Proof of life, please. Let me know you are still here and still ready to go. Perfect. This deck is spooky. My deck build is a clone deck build around Sakashima the Imposter. It aims to clone and on occasion steal big threats and win pieces from other players while having some interaction. It includes an Emrakul to Madness summon to take somebody's board if I need to. Typically, this commander wants to go infinite, but instead I wanted to focus on synergy. It could use a backup strategy in my mind, most likely. I would also like to keep the deck at a 6 or 7 out of 10. And avoid infinite combos. My pods and I usually find them anticlimactic, but if needed, perhaps you can change my mind. Nah, you got the right idea and the right bitch. I hate combos. I love blue, and I love being a little shithead. So you are in good company. I swear to God, if one more person says 6-7, I'm gonna crash out. Your deck, no, our deck. Great. So we can copy anything on the board, and for 4 mana, we can bounce this back to our hand, which we should never, ever, ever. Whoa. So this one's about a 3. This one's about a 3. I'm gonna let you know that for free. Very cute. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so we have Gilded Drake. That's pretty funny. We have Phantasmal Image. Oh yeah, perfect. What if I got a worse version of your creature? That's exactly what I wanted. On upkeep. Okay, so we can move around what we're copying. We can steal Soul Ring. There's nothing nothing to do with clothes. But I do love stealing Soul Rings. We have a tutor for some reason. I'm sure I'll find what we're looking for later. Archaeomancer. Whoa. Okay, presumably reuse our clones. That makes sense. Clever Impersonator, Mocking Doppelganger, Sakashima, so we can break Legend Rule. Except we can make it a ninja. Break Legend Rule. Oh, boo-hoo, no. Listen, Crimson. You don't want to go into bracket 3. You're not ready. They're gonna fucking get you. They're gonna fucking get you. I respect you. I see you and I respect you doing this, but they're gonna fucking get you. I don't know who this is for. I don't know what activated abilities you're playing into, but this has to be a trauma response of some kind. And then we get to recurrent instance. So maybe we have clone instance as well, and that's why we're doing Dowser Archaeomancer. If you're doing this to return interaction, we gotta fix you post-haste. We can save you. We can save you. I'm less sure we can save you. These cards are fine. I don't know what we are. Is this just for protection? I'm confused. I haven't seen a tap ability that we would use this for. Oh baby, what is we doing? There's not enough counterspells in the world, dog. Alright, so we have a very funny counterspell. We have some technically free interaction. We have 34 lands. We have bribery, which I love to see. Alright, so overall, I'm going to diagnose you with a similar problem that I diagnose most clone decks with, which is copying parts of other people's homework don't work when you are doing a long-term project instead of a math worksheet, which is what a commander deck is. When you go, all right, Clever Impersonator, I take your value engine. I really got you, sucker. Their deck is built to operate around that value engine. Your deck is not going to be built around it. We can do some things to mitigate that problem. For instance, we can play Displacer Kitten and be like, okay, well, I'll wait for something better to be played and then I'll change it out with Displacer Kitten. But when you do it on this one-for-one basis, you are always playing catch-up. You are always playing catch-up because you can only ever do something good in response to another player doing something good. And after they've done something good, you now get to do it a little bit worse. It's like seeing somebody on the street who's dressed really, really well and going up to them and asking like, hey, do you know how I could get a slightly shittier version of that outfit, please? Isn't it? Isn't it, baby girl? Yeah. She agrees. Who's a good baby? So what I would always recommend when it comes to things like this is our clones have to break parity. Our clones have to do something that make them better for us than they are for the opponent, which is really hard to do. No, when you're clawing at my shirt, why are you doing that? No. Are you? No, lady. If you're gonna lay down, lay down. Who's a good girl? Okay, not you. Okay, it's not you. You're not the good girl. I get that. I understand that. I don't think she wants to climb because she knows she's allowed to climb and she knows how to climb. This is her going like ga 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 right on my tummy. Oh, hi baby. Do you want to climb? No, no. Ah. We do not have black. Friar. You are hurting Papa. Anyway, let's hit him with the business. This is the shit you need. If you are going to clone someone else's thing, let it not be a single time. If you are going, listen, if you steal a man's wallet, you have eaten for one day. If you photocopy his social security card, you eat for life. That is what you must do, Crimson Rose. It's going to be a little bit greedier, but the payoff of the greed is that when it does work, you are going to have games where you have much more agency. You're going to have games where you're no longer forced to play on the back foot until you can assemble something crazy, or you will still be playing on the back foot, because even this mandates that you wait for something else good to be cast, but this will enable you to, once it's time to go, you can make an honest attempt at it. Rather than like, ah, I see you have played one pretty good card. What if I played one pretty okay card? We need the birth certificate, we need the fingerprints, we need the social security card, we need the photos of their family to Photoshop ourselves into. Like, we gotta take their whole fucking life. I'm also going to keep recommending this card. I'm going to keep recommending this card. Is it win more? Yes. Is it hilarious? Also yes. Will you be happy every time it works? Yes, you will. Yes, 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 yes. And I do agree with MLP, and we have some of that. We don't have very much, but we have like Sphinx Ambassador, we have Astral Dragon, we have Emrakul. Well, we can't copy Emrakul. But we have Sphinx Ambassador and Astral Dragon. Depending, now especially if we want to play in bracket 3, we have bribery. Never mind, you're on board with theft. Get treacherous, bitch. Get treacherous. We gotta take things. We cannot content ourselves to watch other people have them and then make those realities for ourselves. We have to watch other people get good things, and then we have to take them from those people so that we have them and the other people do not. Blatant thievery, we may not need to. This is probably more expensive than we want to do for something we cannot clone. But you could consider it. Crimson Rose, if this speaks joy to your heart, go ahead and play it. And there is the possibility that you can reuse it with your Archaeomancer, or you have any other way? No, just never fucking mind. Never fucking mind. Oh, Shipwreck Dowser. Yeah, it's not impossible, but it's very, very slow. Very, very slow. I am also going to beat you about the head with a slabbed copy of Rite of Replication if I ever meet you in the flesh. Because this is another 100% how do we break parity? Either we're early on in the game and I have to take this right now, or we're late in the game and I can pay 9 mana and I can get 5 of your best thing. Let's find out what Tribute Mage is searching for. Or Trophy Mage. It is getting Chromatic Lantern, Extra Planar Lens, what's happening? What's happening? What's going on? we're getting this bitch is in the deck to pop my monocle and for no other reason. Yeah, Chromatic Lantern in mono blue is insane. It's insane. So you can, if you're doing the Snowlands trick, which you're not even doing, God rest your soul. There's not a single snow-covered island. We're group hugging. We're group hugging with this extra planar lens. You kill Chromatic Lantern right now. If you are going to play a 3-mana rock, you are playing the Claire's $15 Rhinestone. If you're paying 3 mana for ramp, you got to be getting that money. We're running fetches. That's so interesting. We're running Thespian Stage, just in case somebody else has a good land. At the cost of sounding dumb, what's the Snowlands trick? Ooh, we get to sprinkle spice on you. So, extra planar lens. Whenever a land with the same name as the exiled card is tapped for mana, its controller adds 1 mana. The point of doing Snowlands is if you exile a basic island, theoretically, anybody who has a basic island will get the extra mana. You might end up helping the people that you want to rob and steal from. This is no good and is very bad. But if you have a snow-covered island, basically the only people who run Snowlands are bastards. And so you can limit your exposure to other people getting a benefit from you running extra planar lens. If you don't want to proxy them, I do think snow-covered islands cost more than basic islands. It is not the most important thing in the world. It is just a nifty little trick to make sure that other people don't benefit. To make sure that other people don't benefit from your not hard work. Then yeah, swap it to Snowlands. That will help a little bit. Get Chromatic Lantern the fuck up out of here. And I think as many times as we can, we want to replace these relatively basic 4-mana clones for things we can clone more interestingly. This is a little bit win more, but it is one of I do love give me clone every upkeep. Yes now, please. What's your Sunstone? Get the fuck out of go to bed, Darebrand. Go the fuck to bed. Yeah, the clone will be well, Crimson, I wouldn't say all half and half. I would say it can be like it can be 80-20. But what I'm going to recommend is that your clones should not be basic clones. You can't play this card because you're not in Simic. But this is another type of clone I often recommend. What we don't want is I pay 4 mana to get your creature 1 time. That's where we're hurting. What we need to do is I pay a little bit more mana to get your creature over and over and over. I pay a lot of mana to get your creature 5 times because the creatures are not going to work in our deck. Our creatures are going to be clanky dog shit in our deck. So we have to get more than 1 copy every time we can, or we have to get some other benefit. Mocking Doppelganger, for instance, this one's great because you're goading their creature. Good job. That's an extra benefit. Sakashima of 1,000 Faces, we break legend rule. There is a world in which that's a benefit. I don't know which one it is. It's probably not the one we live in right now, but there is a world. But other stuff we have to be getting a higher payoff. And so another thing I'm going to recommend, Benthic Anomaly. Whenever you cast a spell, you pick 1 creature from each opponent and you make an amalgam of it. You pick the creature that it's a copy of, but its total power is the sum of the power of the creatures, and its toughness is the sum of the butts of the creatures. I would also recommend Autumn Soldier. This gets you a copy of the creature, except now it has Myriad. It's also not legendary, so this will be another way for you to break the legend rule. So the way I would suggest you retool the deck a little bit is 1 or 2 of your funny cards, or maybe like closer to 3 to 4, a couple of your funny cards, and especially like Gauntlet of Power. You get like Worn Power Stone. You could even do Thrawn Dynamo. Kind of cheesy. Definitely slow. I don't think we do Bender's Waterskin. But you need more mana. You need access to more mana, and then you need to be playing these greedier, bigger clones that allow you to actually break parity and get long-term value. And then you need a few things that you're going to copy that will provide tremendous value for yourself. I don't think we high tide. I mean, like, you can. I just don't think it's necessary. Like, yeah, our high rolls are not high enough for me to be like, fuck yeah, double it, double or nothing. We're going from like $2 to $4 and we're still betting it all on black. We don't have enough money to fuel the crack addiction that this card demands. So what's some other, we already have Sphinx Ambassador. Let me think of some other big old boys. So Ontario, I don't like Clone Legion in this deck because 9 mana is really quite a lot, and most of the time, this has fallen flat for me. Unfortunately, I think it's a cute card, but it's fallen flat for me every time I've played it. This is another good option. 6 mana. Each one of you. I get 3 things. Fuck yeah, I love three things. I love an instant that I can potentially reuse with my Archaeomancer. Like, this is what we gotta be on. We gotta think big. Okay, we can't be thinking about how can I efficiently sneak into the game for 3 mana with Phyrexian Metamorph. We got to be thinking about how can I take turn 3 off to ramp and then steal everybody. Steal from everybody. So let's talk about other big shitheads that you should be copying. We've already handled Agent of Treachery. Can I... Hear me out, dude. Hear me out, Crimson. What if you placed a man inside a predicament? What if you looked your friend in the eye and told them, you are about to enter a coinkydink from which there is no positive escape? We don't need Ancient Silver Dragon. We have plenty of bad cards we can play. Hullbreaker Horror copies would be nuts. If you just want to go like good, crazy, strong card, Hullbreaker Horror is that guy. Master of Predicaments is the much funnier guy. Another good one is Dazzling Sphinx. This is technically theft, but theft is really just like pre-copying something. So I think it's pretty okay. It is a decent flying body, and it will let you steal interaction from other people. That way they can't use it on your clones. Imagine having 6 of these. Imagine their feet touching it. Sorry. Imagine having 6 of these and how many removal spells you could take. Yummy, yummy. You could do Deluvan Primordial. Deluvan Primordial has been another one that's consistently let me down. Like, I've just not felt it, you know? It's just not happened for me. Yeah, none of my opponent, like, my opponents in Commander for Deluvan Primordial, the problem with this card is that it's stealing instants and sorceries from my opponent's graveyards, and simultaneously, all of my opponents have never cast a single good instant or sorcery in their life, and they're all running bullshit better cards than I have. It is like the Schrodinger's paradox of Commander. It just never works. You could Sphinx it up. My worry is not Sphinx it up. You could, here's my issue with Lord of Change. He's 7 mana. We do not ramp that quickly. Building the deck around something like Lord of Change is probably going to require a more complete rebuild of what your ramp section looks like, what your bounce lands look like, what your card access looks like. It's Blaze. I'm also not totally confident on Imposter Syndrome. I'm already recommending a lot of really, really aggressively costed greedy cards. What else could we do? Definitely feels like I need to redo my ramp. Yes. I would say like Sapphire Medallion, probably not worth it. Gauntlet of Power, definitely not worth it. Extraplanar Lens you can definitely do, but like Bracers, Imposter Mech, Medallion, Chromatic Lantern, Gauntlet of Power, I would just immediately get rid of for Mana Rocks. Cage Sun is definitely too slow. Do not do Conundrum Sphinx. Everybody will hate you. I have a Chrome Mox. Would that be good in this deck? No, you don't. Like, genuinely no. This is a very good card. But you do not need. What you don't need is fast mana. What you need is how do I afford this dumbass 7 mana clone spell this YouTuber just recommended to me? 9 mana. Like, you need to be worried about, like, how do I afford Rite of Replication and Rite of Replication accessories? How do I afford Agent of Treachery? How do I afford Sphinx Ambassador? Okay, we have 3 steps ahead. Oh, hell yeah. Show me Savarok's Tome, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Put the initiative up in this bitch. I think Duplicant is also worth running because it is a clone spell that is going to remove a problem for you. Yeah. So here's overarching curve recommendation. You are playing too heavy towards the middle. What I would like to see is more ramp setup at the 2 to 3 mana range. Even things like Palladium Mirror. More ramp setup at the 2 to 3 mana range. Relatively few 4 mana straight up clones. And then more like, so drop this way down, bring these 2 up, and then bring the 6 and 7 super greedy funny spells up. Yeah, because like right now, this playtest or this theoretical game probably gets carried by you have Mystic Remora, you get to draw however many cards. I'll say you get like 2 off of it. We give up to fish. Turn 2, I play another land. I dump, I don't know, the super greedy spell. But I don't really have ramp to do. I have Silent Hall Creeper to do. He would have been out of turn before. So bing bing, I hit somebody. Astral Dragon. And now that I'm in the 4 mana range, I'm really kind of stalled until somebody else plays something really good. So what I'd much rather be doing on turns 3 and 4 is trying to make sure I had a beefy ramp piece and then playing one of these big like overhand slam ahhhhhhhhhh spells. Like no Pemenzora, no Sakashima's Student. I'd likely cut Shipwreck Dowser, but this is where I'm going like Worn Power Stone, pass. Astral Dragon, copying Worn Power Stone, pass. And then I stall out again because I have no fucking card draw. I would also dump these bracers. You may want to invest in a couple pieces of useful card draw. So your Consult the Star Charts has never let anybody down. Neither has Stock Up. Neither is Drawn from Dreams. Any of these and more can become your blade for any number of ridiculous clone spells until you find the right mixture. But the headline, fuck 4 mana. Get me ramp. Get me ramp. Get me 5 to 7 mana clone spells that break parity. We must do better than a card for a card. And as long as that is the assignment, it's going to go well. I'm going to put you here. I like this deck. I love clones decks. I love the idea of I'm going to beat you with your own shitty ass, fucky ass cheater cards, but you're playing it too fair. You got too good of a heart, Crimson Rose. You got to start cheating. You got to be Seto Kaiba up in this bitch. Yeah, nice creature. What if I had enough money to buy 3 of them? Peasant. And then you throw a fake Rolex at them. Job done. So Crimson, thank you for submitting. Thank you to all of today's roastees. Jasmine Rose T, thank you for the 9 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. We can talk about that a different day because we have to end the stream because I have errands to go do. But I love all of you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to pull up the Bald Kai message. And we will be live again tomorrow at noon. We will be vamping for a bit, and we will be starting the custom card review at 1 p.m. with MTG Nerd Girl. So thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed today's show. I will see you all tomorrow. We are going to raid into Beard Princess. Everybody have a good day. Thank you for being here, and please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's just it for us, but I will see you again tomorrow.